Why you think you get alive this? Real nigga shit came to kill a process. Gotta kill all the nonsense. Tell them do better when they lie, ho. Ay.
God damn it! The plan was orchestrated, well coordinated, logging data, say they born and raised you with a fallen nature, forward thinker, soul over scrolls. The law was tainted. I aim to try to keep the same verse. Like your daughter dating, knuckleheads coming up with bread on the corner pacing. Caught when I was sacred, baby in a blanket, broad and naked, ancient as some Sanskrit on the canvas. Just before they painted, mortgage payments, bring your brain a lifestyle. Then the mortgage take it, call a spade it, native, altered in his alt behavior. He favors assorted flavors, but really not more creative. Walking, talking agents in the matrix, telling all the latest, and later get the news out front like the morning paper. All my neighbors watch me take my trash out. Them label heads gon' make me cut their grass down. Bully they cash cow. The fast town cast out. That ain't rock with the glass house. Might have not put a smash out, but ain't flocked on my dad couch. Pacing mama basement, waiting for popular rap scouts. Probably why you badmouth me or crocked in the background. That's still on tape. Yeah, we still in moments. I filmed the takes. Can't feel my space on ear kicking them Billy Blanks. Dealer's plates. Niggas is temporary. That be why they in a hurry. I see the itinerary. Dinner ready, did it stellar. My groove back, I'm interstellar. Suit came with the teller in a shoe, punching the Ella. Drunk mind, sober tongue, that system failure. No prison cellar, so if these fellas is dick heads, the genitalia and my elders, lessons was paid. Death is breath from the grave. This is pleasure exchange. My ancestors were slaves. We window off of pain. How you gonna see through the glass if you can't get through the shade? I'm less stressful these days. The highs, lows on the road where my stock drove. The only thing you had to really get in was a pothole. With the pothole, your eye closed. All society probably gonna have over me is a roof when I die old. This ain't what John Wall do. You the window, I'll send a golf ball through. Think it's greener on the other side. This ain't the bar for you. Uncle Hanky hit me with them Kundalini charge coils. Guards royals, take leak. Blacken like some tar oil. Make me beat your egghead into a hard boil. Wasty. Crack your whole shell like a gargoyle. Ray beam, star portal. Laser on your princess layer. My loyal. Then I sway her. Slim cut out like a razor. Got you at your friend like, why you talking to strangers? This banana I'ma put in on cookie. Ain't trying to wait for who these fakers. See the players hit the hard floor and run out. Your fans stuck in they dome like cardboard cutouts. It's the alpha mind, high and alkaline, like a mountain lion. Yahweh shot, set this money mark about 1,000 times.
Hallelujah, by the Allah Judah, ayahuasca user, honor shooter. Father of Muhammad, I'm Kabbalah Judah, modern Buddha. Superpower, my medulla, quantum God computer. I compute the past as I watch the future, Kali Yuga. Assalamu alaikum, LeBron and Luka. King and Don, chicks wanna blow like my cockatoo. In the throat, Mama, I promise will make your sonic smoother. Holla, holla, body is Jada ruler, the Gotti shooter. Murder you in 12, and not them coppers are swat intruders with the 12. Talking disciples, I'm on the top of rulers. Killing 12, talking about hours, the Rocky watch a Mueller. It could tell time like witness the watchtower viewer. I'm a shroomer, vision fuzzy like Rihanna's tumors. On the conscious bruiser, getting stoned with a thought Medusa. Pot abuser, smoking chronic like I got a tumor, R.I.P. Black Panther, holla Ryan Coogler, not the Cougars. Mouths foaming like a shower loofah, Mansa Musa. I just finished studying with Pac and Cube, Monster Trooper, Cabra Groomer. Demonic is Diablo, I'm a Amadou. Your Glock will put a rocket through you. Evil, money to Rudy raised more than the Dolomite. Skin is black, the golden type, coke is white. Money green like a Yoda knife, poltergeist. I'm the ghost to keep you woke at night. Overbite, brace yourself, told to strike every code inside. Shots and autopsy in the open mic. Holy Christ, nailed to a cross with a COVID spike. Cold as ice, keep a chopper stick like a bowl of rice. Cut from a chopper like Kobe's life. I send my condolences to Kobe's wife. So polite. My superpower is the word. I blend the spelling with the music and the conjuring occurs. I'm a physically embodied demiurge when the humanoid carbon simulacrum is preferred. Vada's body anatomically concurs with the body that a god would need to consciously observe. Arm, leg, arm, head to H-bomb. Say some, smother a grenade in my great palm. If I die, I'ma reappear like a state farm. Hey mom, I don't mean your sister when I say strength strong, Michael Jai White when he plays Spawn. I could take your king using 8 ball. Brain gone, shooting at my ghost like I'm Ray Kwall. Lay blonde, get a rondo, I'm a Ray Jaw. Made to stay calm in the presence of a shaitan. By the change form with the essence of a wave wand. Now I'm Trayvon of the body bag, by the bag. Human size Prada bag, Garvey flag on the tag. Hockey mask, llamas in the locker stash. Pick one, any mini money man. Slave on the Amistad. She gon' tell me I'm his dad. If I ever had a son, the condom was his body bag. Raw coke powder in the hourglass. Moving so fast in about a half an hour.
Enjoy the ride. We back. Yeah. It's our time. It's our run. Yeah. We here. No fear. No tears.
We are back on the Smokers Lounge. I'm your host, Chris Cyphers. We are sponsored by Executive Sessions. Salute to the fam. Thanks for the pack. Talk to me good. What's going on, family? It's been a rough month for your boy. Oh, should I say 2 to 3 weeks for your boy. And if today didn't just do it for me, and yesterday, I don't know what it is, y'all. It's just crazy shit that really just bring me to fucking tears. And I'm just really lost with our people. There's times where we see or find terror coming through. And there's times where we find beauty, safety, caring, loving coming through. And it's hard to judge or juggle, not judge, but juggle, especially being a Libra, because you're steady getting the good into both sides of everything. And it's hard explaining to people, you know, the things we're able to handle ourselves. 4th of July. I had to witness something that I never wanted to witness in my life. And every time I think about it and go back and review those images or scenes of things that was played, it hurts even more. To see, you know, my fault, y'all. Shout out to Lil Ron, bro, in the building. What's going on, family? Salute to you. Salute to the fam. And we got the brother Eric Deep in the building as well. What's going on, brother? Salute to you. Salute to the fam. Y'all go ahead and hit that link, come through. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know you a Libra. We talked about that. We talked about that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just want to, just give a perspective from our end. Like I had to witness, and wasn't even like a big boy or somebody like a hard ass, like this wasn't no Debo, this wasn't no Nipsey Hussle, this wasn't no Beanie Siegel, this wasn't no that type of person. This was a teenager. To see him push down a little girl and then turn around to push down the mom, and I'm looking at the mom like, are you crazy right now? Like, you let this little. But again, I don't know people's lives and stuff. So, I don't know people's strengths. I don't know people's weaknesses and stuff, Shout out to the big bro, Philly OG in the building. What's going on, fam? I know the link is in there. Hit that link, come through. So, it's crazy how recognition or being familiar with faces in people. It's funny how things like that work. Cause I was on my balcony when I start seeing what was going on, and then I saw a little kid act wild because he came through from the building. Like, it was a little cutoff part. So it's like if you was like from the building, I couldn't see you, but if you was like on the other side of the building from the stop sign, I could see what's going on. So I see it was a crazy situation. But then I end up seeing one of the I end up seeing the mom's friend, and I used to live in the same apartment complex before I got in this apartment with so she was my neighbor. So I know her kids, what I'm saying, I know her daughters, I know her sons, I know her twins, I know we familiar. And I immediately just was like, okay, this is cool. Not cool. This is crazy. This something's really going on. So I immediately just put my shoes on and stuff. Went downstairs, and she knew, she recognized me, and she looked at me, and she was like, "Yo, he just hit her," and I just literally saw what was going on. And he grabbed the little daughter and started walking the opposite way. And it was like, yo, he got my daughter, get my daughter. And I'm looking, and she's scared in terror. And I can't do nothing but what my instincts tell me to do, regardless if I was scared or not. And yeah, the young kid was screaming 6-0, 6-0, and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that's the crazy thing, man. If y'all got these young people doing stuff like that, harming females, the mothers and the little girls and stuff, y'all need to watch out who y'all putting down within y'all gangs, because this is not cool. If y'all put down people in y'all gangs to terrorize your own people, y'all lost within your own organization, and it's not gonna end well. So it's just, because he got his whole set looking weird in public. So now, not even just I came out, you got other brothers from other homes that's looking outside and seeing what's going on, and they coming out too, grown men. Like, yo, what the fuck? Yo. Okay, we seen what happened with that and all that stuff, but you touching a little girl right now. You harming a little girl. You know what I'm saying? That ain't cool. I'll give a fuck what set you with. You harming a little girl right now. You know what I'm saying? And that shit was fucking crazy. So at that point, I'm just like, all right, G got him. You know what I'm saying? I was the first one out there. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't matter first. I'm screaming none of that. It was just good to see other men from different generations. It was an older guy and it was a younger guy as well. There's maybe a few years younger than me. You know what I'm saying? Cool ass bro. I see him all the time. Cool ass dude. He ain't even a gang member or nothing. He just know the neighborhood. He part of the neighborhood. But he was like, nah, nigga, I know the homie, bro. Like, fuck talking about, like, nah, nigga, you call me a little fucking girl. And then even a big homie telling him, like, yo, you I'm a little girl. But I don't even, man, it's crazy because, you know, homie picked dude up and, you know, I'm walking the girl home and he, you know, they pass by and the girl, he telling the girl, like, yo, it doesn't matter if you walk with the dude, I could just shoot you and shit. I'm just like, what the fuck? And I'm just like, you slowed your car to let this little dude tell this girl that when we trying to break the situation. Because even when I came out, I wasn't even going against the dude. I was like, yo, bro, you cool? Like, what's going on? To break the whole situation, you know what I'm saying? Change the whole mental part. You know what I'm saying? And as soon as I couldn't do that, I was like, all right, let me get this little girl out of here. So I know I grabbed the girl and walked her home. You know what I'm saying? And she still got to, after going through that traumatic experience, she still got to walk home with me and still feel like maybe I cannot protect her because this dude is outside the car telling he'll shoot her even in front of me and all this other bullshit. I know the shit ain't, I know the bullshit ain't, you know, I know it's bullshit, but she ain't thinking that because she's so young. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, this shit just ain't cool, man. This shit ain't fucking cool. And I had to go back and get her Crocs. I had to go back and get her bags and stuff because she done left, you know, she done dropped some stuff because she was thrown to the floor. You know what I'm saying? Shit's fucked up, bro. Shit's fucked up. People really like really know what the fuck I be seeing and what the fuck I be going through. Like shit be all peaches and fucking cream because niggas see a nigga fresh, niggas see a nigga jewelry and all this other boy. Man, don't get that shit misconstrued, man. I niggas don't even know. I still live in the fucking trenches, bro. I people don't fucking know. I think everything is all sweet, and I live in the fucking trenches. Motherfuckers know where I live, man. Like, come on, stop acting like this shit is fucking sweet, bro. Not even just that. An hour, not even an hour ago. Literally like 30, 35 minutes ago. Does everybody know here I did DSP work, working with mental disabled and stuff. My fault. Big bro Philly is on the panel. What's going on, bro? Salute to you. Salute to the fam. What's going on?
My brother. Do your thing, man. I'm listening, man. Go ahead, do your thing.
Word. So I just opted, go to the store. I need some smokes and stuff. I wasn't thinking of going on live, anything. I was literally about to record some music. I was like, let me go ahead and get some smokes, so I don't got to do all this shit tomorrow, whatever the case may be. I go to the store and I see one of the dudes that's behind the counter that worked there. He's talking to a autistic, mental disabled guy. He's on the floor. So I'm looking at the situation and I'm like, oh, this is not normal. Especially if he's out here because he's new. So he was like, yo, what's up? I'm like, yo, what's good? What's going on? I see the situation. Like what's going on? He was like, oh, no, he's kind of autistic and he's lost and stuff. So, I did the work. So I just pull in, as I'm mandated to do. Because why? Because I'm still a licensed fucking DSP. I can still go anywhere in this country and get a DSP job any fucking where. So I didn't take that job just to have that recognition. I took the job because the safety of people. So when I saw this kid, I was like, all right, yo, like, you know what house, you belong to? It's like, no, I'll usually go to the same park that I usually do. And I end up making a wrong turn because I was being followed by somebody, or I thought I was being followed by somebody. And, I end up coming here. So I'm just like, okay, so you got some knowledge of something. So, let me, ask you some questions to see if we can get somewhere. So I'm like, do you know any one of your housemates? You know, he start naming his housemates. Okay, cool. So we know he has some recognitions of where he's at because he's been there for a year. Then I asked, okay, do you know any one of your counselors, the people that run the house, which he knows? And he said, yes, we have this, da 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 da. And I was like, okay, so do you know any one of your counselors' number? He's like, no. And I'm like, okay, so do you know the house that you're at? He's like, yeah, I just don't know how to get there. And I'm like, okay, do you know the house number? And he said, no. I'm like, okay, do you know anybody phone number that know where your house is? And he says, no, I don't know. And then he start thinking, I'm like, okay. So I start talking, to the store clerk, and upon like what was going on, and he cut us off. He was like, actually, I know my mom's number, and my mom know the house that I'm at. So I'm like, okay, cool. What's your mom's number? So he literally told me his mom number, and it's crazy because I don't even know my mom's number by heart. He told me his mom's number by heart. He left. She didn't answer, of course, because it was a phone from California and they from Florida. And he leave a message. She calls back, and finally the cops get there. And the cops was like, were you the one who called? I was like, I didn't call in, but I stepped in because I do this work and I understand what was going on. So I had to make the next connection to see the next communication of where he can, how he can get home safe or whatever the case may be. And then his mom literally called me right then and there. And the officer's like, oh my God. He's like, thank you. We was looking for him and this, that, and the third. I was like, yeah, I do DSP at work. I've been doing this for a while, da, da, da. And he shook my hand. And he was like, oh, thank you. We appreciate everything that you did. Like you literally just saved us. You know what I'm saying? Da, da, da. And it's like 4 fucking goddamn police, patrol cars out there and shit. And I'm getting thanked by all these fucking policemen and shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm like, it ain't even about that. Mom called. She's like, yeah, did you call my son? He said he was lost and da da da. I'm like, yes, he's actually here. Do you want to speak to him so you would know that he's safe? And she was like, yes. So I was like, hey, it's your mom right here. So, I gave him my phone. He talked to his mom and everything was cool. The police talked to the mom and everything was cool. We swapped out information and stuff and everything was cool. You know what I'm saying? And I bring this up because y'all, like, when situations happen like this, I don't act off history. I don't act off color. I don't act off racism. I don't act off anything systematic to this bullshit. I act off just pure safety, pure integrity, pure care, pure in love for just the human life itself. I'm not saying go back and save the people that's going against you or whatever the case may be. I'm not saying that, but when something's going on, when something's going on. Your instincts always kick in. It doesn't matter if you did the job or if you didn't do the job. Your instincts will still kick in. I've been through the situations where I didn't even have time in a job, and I still acted as if I was a professional on the fucking job. It was just pure instincts. And this shit really got me out of fucking clusterfuck. Like, what the fuck are we fucking doing right now? What the fuck are we doing? I didn't plan to come on live today. A lot of shit just been fucking with my mental. Even coming through, having to fucking do the shit for my fucking tags, getting into the fucking accident, then my car just being fucking towed and I gotta spend. I just gave the fucking state $1,000 fucking dollars. And it's still the beginning of the month. I just gave the fucking state $1,000 fucking dollars, and it's not. It's still the beginning of the fucking month. Niggas swear they be going through shit, bro. I just be looking at these niggas like, bro, you really sad if you really think you going through it. You haven't seen shit yet. and I don't. It may be just me. I don't know what life got in store for me, but all I know is I'm catching a lot of shit right now. In the beginning of this summer, I've been catching a lot of shit from YouTube to my fucking vehicle down to other stupid shit. Like I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I don't fucking get it. So, like any other time, I gotta resort and come to my peoples and talk to my peoples. So I'm glad y'all here.
Yeah, life ups and downs, man. Sometimes we just gotta hold on, bro. Get through that emotional roller coaster we in till we level out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I done been through a million of them motherfuckers. But
Right.
it all boils down to, like you said, shit, you having to give them motherfuckers $1,000. That's suppose that system wasn't there. Shit, that $1,000 in your pocket. That's why I hate that fucking system, man. I hate that motherfucker.
Right.
Shit, my driver's license may be suspended right now because I refuse to get a motherfucking 200, and I got it to pay the ticket, speeding ticket.
I was
Man,
I
go ahead.
was like I was like that before I got this car. The only reason why I got my license and shit handled, bro, was because I felt like I was getting my nephew in my custody. And he wanted to come out here. He wanted to go to UCLA. You know, he wanted to do a lot of stuff. And you know us as fathers, or the fathers, like we want to do, everything, that our child, want to do, especially if they fucking deserve that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So at the time where my so quote unquote brother or best friend fucking intercepted the whole fucking bullshit and I wasn't able to do that shit, man. That shit fucking killed me, bro. And I was just like, man, like, man, just so much shit fucking go on, so much shit fucking happen, man. It's like I said, bro, like I, I need my family's guidance. That's all.
Yeah, I got you. Shit, like I said, I could have paid the motherfucker, but I done got stopped by like every little county around this motherfucker. Every time I get stopped, it's $250.
Hmm.
You know, I'm tired of motherfuckers saying it may be a loose collar around or some shit. Like, motherfucker, it ain't nothing around this bitch but woods and trees.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? I said, fuck it. I ain't even check on it. I'm like, uh, they stopped me. I'm going to jail. Fuck it. I'm getting right the fuck out though. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, like, to be honest, the route you went was the same route I went before I had that opportunity to get my nephew. So at that point where I needed to get some shit straight, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
So
feel yeah.
that's why, I went to go and I handled that. And I handled that with no problem. Still even being in LA, and the shit was in Atlanta, you know what I'm saying? So still handled the shit and everything. You know what I'm saying? So, everything I always been saying, everything I do now is literally for him because it's gonna get passed down to him regardless. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
So
got
every fucking thing I fucking do, I do it's for him, bro. It I don't know, man. This is just, I guess, part of being a parent, part of being a father. You know what
you.
I'm saying?
Yeah,
So like when y'all go through y'all stuff and y'all tell me y'all stuff, I'm like, man, I know exactly what the fuck y'all going through, man. You're like, yo, bro, like y'all, it's facts, bro. Like,
that's why I do a lot of the things I do for my daughter, anybody else's daughter, the future daughters, future sons.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's why I keep touching that area that we touch. That all the religion is bullshit and they control us through fucking religion and science. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Cause we gotta keep touching motherfuckers, you know, to break them loops like you always say, man. They done had too long of a reign. This shit is over. Like, it, those the two issues I see. Really, three: politics, religion, and science. Got our people divided, but mainly politics and religion. You know what I mean? We can fucking start over with that shit.
Mm-hmm.
We should be able to unite, man. But that religion shit go deep. Go deep. They cut it deep with that motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Cause
Yeah.
it took a lot of our people imagination away. They don't have no more imagination because they imagined all that shit happening in the Bible. Fucking lions, men ripping apart lions and shit. Took away our imagination, man.
Yeah. Because we had because when children, kids, babies, toddlers, they connect with the ancestors, they connect with different spirits, or their so quote unquote their best friend, and nobody else could see. Soon as you enter that school system, all that shit is gone.
Gone, gone. And like I said, shit, man, I get my daughter the world. I make sure she gonna be cool, cause like that's what I've been working hard all my life for, man. All my fucking life grinding, doing illegal shit, doing legal shit. You know what I mean? And now her and my wife, hey man, I gotta do what I gotta do to make their future cool when I'm gone. You know what I
Exactly.
mean? That's my main purpose.
Exactly. Same thing for my nephew as well. And shout out to the bro Amani Bay in the building. What's going on? Salute to you. Salute to your fam. He's really hitting me in my heart right now, because he's like, bro just said, I wish I had a father like you, Chris. And crazy thing, bro, I wish I had a father like me. Not to be boast or be over my head, but I know that when I have mines, I know I'm gonna be there for them, regardless of anything. I had the example of what a father should not be like, and I dedicated to my life to, if I even have anything close to a son or a daughter, that I'm gonna be there for them. It could be it could be my nieces, my nephews, and it doesn't matter. I'm gonna be there for them. Reasons why,
Dig
if my
this.
my sister called me, I'm there. When she had her daughter and she needed help with her husband there in the house, she called her brother, her younger brother, and didn't take nothing but hours, a drive for me to just come through. I got you. I got you. And my niece said uncle before mom and dad. Understand that. Understand that. I will always be a pivotal person in my family's life, especially the future. And I will never stray away from that, because I know what it is to not have a father. I know what it is to have an abusive father, then leave out your life. Man, shit fucking goes deep. You know what I'm saying? However, being a person of integrity and honesty, you don't want anybody to go through that, especially your young ones. I was so proud to be an uncle. I was not so ready to be a father at that time because what we're going through in life. But at that point where I took the responsibility of not just being an uncle, but becoming a father, it was no fear. Because when I needed to act on my instincts and need to take care and make sure he was all right, everything was good because he was all right. Even now, still to this day, it's all right.
Yeah, I just wanted to say shit. I never met my father. You know what I mean? My father got killed when I was 9 months old, man. I never met him. Never met my mother's father. I mean, my father's mother. I never knew if my father had a brother. I never knew if he had sisters. I never met nobody on my father's side, man. So
Mhm.
that's why I love being a father because I'm gonna make sure my daughter always remember me. Always. I tell her I love her about 200 times a day. I let her know, Daddy, love you. Always remember that. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yep, yep. And make sure y'all hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't, hit that notification bell. You know what I'm saying? Um, open build as always. Make sure y'all hit that link if you haven't. You know what I'm saying? If you're feeling the vibe of the conversation or whatever, um, everybody's input is welcome. You know, just wanted to state that. Um,
Mm,
but yeah, man, just like the bro Lil Ron say, it's part of life. Shit happens. You just gotta be prepared and know how to act on when things happen.
mm-hmm.
You know, people like us, we've been doing that. We act on our impulse. You know, so when things happen, we know how to respond, and we get that experience of learning and know how to respond and be aware of things. And, then after that, it becomes easy. You know, and it's mainly of just being strong and taking care of the people of your family. The young ones, and showing them the real. Because I would never be the person that I am if my nephew didn't do what he did to me. You know, and I say this all the time. Like I appreciate my nephew. The guidance and everything that I gave him. It lets me know that I did things right. By his side. You know what I'm saying? Because I was the same person that went to my mom and say, "Yo, you don't gotta take care of my bills. I'm good. We good." You know what I'm saying? You don't gotta do nothing for me. I'm good. I'm out the house. I'm out the nest. I'm good. I'm trying to put money in your pockets. I'm trying to do stuff for you. And time he came and said the same thing to me, and he was 16 years old, man, bro, that shit hit my heart, bro, for real.
Yeah. And not saying nothing to be negative about your situation, but
Mhm.
I see that that's a problem in our community. We push our kids out before they ready. You know what I
Yep,
mean?
yep, yep.
And force them to be a man. When other races, their kids is home 30, 35 years old. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? We force our kids out too early, man, and that's what I'm gonna say, and that's how I feel, man. You know,
I I agree with you, bro. Because when I came out to Cali, the first thing I saw in California was family. It's the first thing that I picked up was family. Y'all don't realize, like a lot of people on the East Coast, because you know on the East Coast, when you hit 18, nigga, you out the house. Over here in Cali, and I'm talking about from NorCal to SoCal, I mean to SoCal, which is South California, North California, South California, the Bay, LA. That's all we talking about. They are so family oriented. Some of these people have grown ass men in their house and still living there. And it's operating perfectly. It's no problem. Everybody's working. They got their family. They could come home, chill with mom, and they got their own shit. Hold on. And they got their own shit. So when I start understanding how homes were circulating over here, and I was just like, oh, these motherfuckers misled the whole East Coast to make us seem like we have to be out the house by 18. No. Oh, I see what's going on. Y'all fucking up, and not just our homes, but intellect of our homes and shit.
And like I said, I've been out my mom crib. Shit, I'm 55 since I was 18, so 30 something years. So shit, that shit was happening in the 90s and the 80s. We were pushing our kids out. So this ain't nothing just recently fucking happened. This shit been happening since the 60s and the 70s.
Yep. And it's
and then wondering why we got grandmas at 35.
right.
They're like, shit, I ain't ready to get old yet. I still got a little twerk in me and shit.
Right. It's just, I don't know. I just wanted to come with, a sense of just reality and not just that bullshit that's on paper. You can't put this shit on paper that we talking about right now. It's not has anything to do with paper. It doesn't have to do with if you experience it or if you haven't experienced it, because we all became a father at one point when we wasn't a father. So we had to go through the experience. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't hit fatherhood to my late 40s, man. You know what I mean? I enjoyed the single whatever life, and I didn't start having babies to my late 40s, man. So I'm happy to be a father, man. To experience that shit before I leave this motherfucker.
Hey, bro, like before we have our kids, we kind of have this thing where we kind of like have the ideal child that we want, like we want to, I want a son, you know what I'm saying? I want a daughter, but most of us, we like, I want a son, you know what I'm saying? Bro, it didn't come to after the experience of taking care of my nephew I didn't care what I had, bro. Like now it's like it's a 50-50 thing with me. Like if I have a daughter or if I have a son, it just doesn't matter. It really don't matter at this point.
So hey, you ever had time to look at that video I sent you?
Yes.
Man. Shit is crazy, man. What they've been doing to us for the last, I'm just go back 50 years, man, since I've been here. With them fucking jabs, man. They done knock 50% of our kids' chances down, man, with that jab. It's proven that they getting autism and all this other shit from that, man. Shit just crazy, man. Like and motherfuckers still the research is right in front of their faces, and they still don't want to believe it or look at it and believe it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, at this point, if you still searching for a jab, I mean, hey, that's on you. I'm really like over about that motherfucking bullshit because
Nah, Chris, this is what I'm talking about. Basically,
uh-huh.
over the last 30 or something years, how if we wanted to get our kids into their public schools, they basically forced our parents to make us take that motherfucker. That's what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about the new wave shit. I'm talking about the old shit that we had to go through.
Right. But check this out, my brother, because I agree with you. It was fucked up that we had to go through all that bullshit. This is why we have to create a new paradigm for ourselves. Besides letting these motherfuckers create anything. So I think the new wave is homeschool.
Yeah,
Point blank. The new
I'm with
wave is homeschool, and let's create this new wave. Let's support it. Let's do something so we can create a ripple effect. You know, to affect the parents, the fathers, the mothers, singled or paired. To let us know, like let them know that we don't need to be in this school system because the school system is going to teach the same thing that your ass was taught and it didn't get your ass nowhere.
you. Yeah,
So we have to change the paradigm at some point. We have to.
yeah,
We have to recognize it because why? Our children are children and they don't recognize it. So if they don't recognize it, we have to let them know what's going on before they get to the point where they actually do recognize it and accept it.
yeah,
Because the last thing we want to do as parents is have another person accept the teachings before the parents. And it should be the same thing with school because you will not let a mother will not let another mother try to teach their child. Point blank. So if you would not let another mother teach your child, what the fuck do you think a female teacher in your goddamn public school you're sending your child to is doing? Yeah, if we won't do that to the next person or our neighbors, we damn sure can't do it to somebody that's not our neighbors. I'd rather send my children to the neighbors rather than someone that's not a neighbor. Point blank. Point fucking blank. And that's what's been going on. Motherfuckers are send their children to be taught by somebody outside the hood, besides getting taught by the hoods within their own environment. No, that's backwards. That's European style.
man. I know my daughter ain't going to that shit. I'm sorry, not happening.
That part. Well, we know she ain't. She good.
Yeah, but I think shit just crazy, man. Like I said, the information has all been here for a while, man. And you know what I mean? We keep pushing our kids off to their shit.
Yeah.
And that's why I wanted to touch on it for a hot second. You know, to remind our people stop pushing our kids to their shit. Stop pushing them out the fucking house. You know what I mean? Forcing them to be mature or grown when they might not be ready to. Some of them may be ready to, but give them an extra year or two to make sure they're ready, even if it inconveniences us. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know, man.
No, I agree with that. Like, first of all, like I would never push my child to further their goals to be in debt. When college comes, debt comes. Like, everybody knows that, and I don't see why people still push their children to college when they are going to get in debt or their child is going to be in debt.
Yeah, yeah. And they was talking about that about 3 or 4 years ago, but I stopped hearing about it. How blacks is basically paying back student loans at way a higher percentage than every other race of people.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, we $100,000 in debt from going to college and still got to pay that and live. Shit, just crazy, man. And no other race but ours. I used to hear about that all the time. Now I don't hear about it no more. Heard about, they supposed to been cutting the student loan shit, but wiped right under the rug, man.
Right. Y'all better get like me and not pay the motherfucking colleges. I went to 2 of them bitches and I ain't paid none of them bitches. And you know what I did? I told them I'm not going to pay them. Why? Because I knew the fucking financial credit system. I understood what the fuck was going on. I understood that these motherfuckers doing shit illegally. So no, if you think I'm sitting here paying these fucking college or I paid a college to get off my fucking credit, no. And I can show you.
Yeah, just like that NCAA shit, man. They got away with billions for years, man. Not letting our people fucking have a job. You know what I mean? Can't make nothing off their name. Have to do 4 years. That shit, man. And why they raked up billions every year.
Facts. They make billions, not just millions, billions. And the crazy thing is, Barkley, they gross $2 billion off the motherfucking goddamn prison system itself. That has nothing to do with nothing educational. That's the prison system. Barkley. Yes. Look it up. I've already did that build. I gave the information and everything. Shout out to the brother Amani Bay in the building. What's going on, brother? Salute to the family.
Greetings, nobles. Thought I'd jump on for a few minutes here. Had a very
peace, good brother. How you doing?
Peace, good brother. OG Philly. Hope all's well with you and your family. Same as you, Chris.
Yes, sir.
And many of us grew up. We didn't have that father figure, and and we have to be honest with ourselves. And see, that's why we're talking on this platform here. Because it's that hole, that missing void in us, all of us, where we didn't have that father figure or come from that strong family foundation. So we're always yearning to go outside and look for that. And so we find places like this to talk, to build these communities because we didn't have that growing up. See, and we have to be self-aware to understand this. Why are we attracted to these platforms where we can build with each other and develop these relationships? Because it's what we lacked when we were children. But it's a good thing that all of us now, I have 3 children. My oldest boy, he'll be 16 end of August. He's in the top school in Japan, ranked wise.
Nice.
He's a mathematical genius.
Nice.
So he
Congrats to him.
Right. My second son is 13, and my daughter, she'll be 10 in October.
Nice.
Yeah. So, and although I'm far from being that perfect father, because of my experience, I need to, I'm still learning and going to be better. Just take it a day at a time. Learning how to communicate with them, focus more on them. I have a long way to go with that,
Right.
And I can admit that, so it's not about just providing them with financial stuff, because that's not the most important deal. The most important thing is the time, talking to them, nurturing them, planting those positive words, those seeds there that they can be inspired to be better than we are. You know, because that's we're servants now.
Right.
So we have to nurture these seeds so they can grow up and be, you know, better than us in all aspects of life, because that's progress and that's evolution.
Yep. And the crazy and another thing I really that I've learned, my brother, you're doing what you should be doing as a father, right? Just like Philly OG is doing exactly as he's doing as a father by example. Y'all leading by example. It's not about being a good father. It's not about being a the perfect father. It's not about being a father that's there. If you are a father to your child, that's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what the perfect father look like, reasons why there's different examples. However, you are doing what you should be doing as a father to your children. You're there, you're present, you're teaching, you're learning, they're learning, you're growing as a family, you're being a family. And that's what it's about. And that's what it taught me, because of course I'm part of the father crew. I'm not even a biological father. I was a father to a person that let me know that there is not a such thing as a perfect father. You being there is perfect enough. You teaching is perfect enough. You learning, perfect enough. See what I'm saying? Big bro, he comes on, a lot of times he'll show his daughter and stuff. We see the love, we see the appreciation, we see all of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And along
Yeah.
with a lot of our other brothers, we see the same thing, and that's what it's really about. Because when I look at that, I knew what I was lacking. But that doesn't mean the people that's coming after me have to lack that as well.
Right. Exactly. You're right.
Yeah, because I always show my daughter. She always under me. That's a lot of times why I be muted.
Facts.
She be under me talking.
Hey, you already know. I'll be so like, nah, don't mute her. Nah, she talking. What's up?
And and just like Philly OG, my first son, I'm a year younger. I'm 54. Then the elder Philly OG is a year older than me. But I had my son when I was 39. So later on, and then they're either 3 years apart. Three children, 3 years apart from each other.
Nice.
So, and because and I'm still maturing. It's still a lot of development that I have to come. And then right now, my goal is to, provide a solid future for them, but also is to uncover my ancestral records in the state to set them up, because my
Yes, sir.
ancestors left an estate for them. And this is what we've been denied, because we've been hooked onto these distractions to take us totally away from that. And we're getting into that now. And that's our duty, is
Yes,
to do
sir.
that. And
You're
see,
100% right.
we're too busy about talking this we stuff. No, the we stuff are your children. That's your responsibility. That's your responsibility to your children. And see, so we forget about that, and we want to talk about, oh, we this, we that, and we just forget what's right in front of us, our own seed, our own family. My ancestors are different than Chris's ancestors. My ancestors are different than Philly OG's ancestors. So we forget that a lot. And in doing that, we fail to honor and respect our own ancestors. And what's the saying? Your days would be long on this earth if you honor and respect your ancestors. See, that stuff we tend to lose focus on.
Mhm.
When most people don't even know who their great grandmother is.
That part. That's beyond. Oh
And they
man.
want to talk about that they're this ancient pharaoh, this and all this crap. And they can't even tell you who their great grandmother is or grandfather.
Right. First, last name, nationality,
Yeah.
what's going on with them? Like that's beyond me. Like, did you talk to them? Did you understand? I mean, like, cause even on my father's side, I've took care of my great grandparents. I was there, like part of the DSP work that I was talking about is part of taking care of elderly as well. I've been there where I've literally changed my great grandfather's clothes, put him to
Right.
bed, talked
Right.
to him
Right.
before he went to sleep,
Right.
and everything with no problem. I've learned things from him. I've heard crazy things from him. He have a fucking crazy sense of humor. My father had this girl, and she kind of almost, I guess to him she looked butch.
Mm-hmm.
So every time, she would come over and she'd be like, "Hey, Mr. Ted, da da da, what's going on?" He'd be like, "Oh, what's going on, butch?" And it always dawned on me, like, why the fuck is he calling her butch? Because she had short hair and she just looked, da, 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 and I was like, all right, whatever. So I talked to him one day. I was like, who's Butch? He was like, man, Butch. He's like, you don't even know who Butch is. It could be a guy, it could be a girl, short hair, long hair, but all I know is Butch ain't good for me.
Right.
I was like, oh my God. So he had a whole joke scheme behind this. And at this point, like, I started to recollect his whole mental to be like, he's still here.
Right, right, exactly. So you can pass those stories on to your children. And just think about that's your great grandfather. So when
Mm-hmm.
he was 6 years old, he probably knew his grandfather. So
Mm-hmm.
that's a link, that umbilical cord that connects you back 200 plus years of
Yeah.
stories that you can pass on to your child. That's what it's about. We got to get back connect ourselves back to that umbilical cord so we can pass those traditions and stories on to our generation and our children.
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree, bro, because at that point, that felt where it was most comfortable and traditional. You know what I'm saying? At that point, I
Same
was just
here. I
like, yo,
totally agree.
these are the stories. Instead, I gotta tell my kids, I gotta tell them about their great granddad Ted. This motherfucker was a pimp and he had humor. Hold on.
Right. And I remember when I was 6 years old, and this is in 1972. So
Mm-hmm.
my great grandmother lived with us in the back house. She's born in 1896. Her mother Lottie was born in 1851. Her daddy was born in 1847. So you see that link connection? And then, so her grandparents were born in the 1820s.
Mm-hmm.
So 1820, 1920, 2020, that's 200 years of stories I can pass on to my three children. Think about that.
Exactly. Mm-mm-mm. All that wisdom right there, bro. That right there.
And we spend tens of thousands of
All
dollars
that legacy.
on these distractions. And I went with Dr. Bennett at that Egypt tour in 1995, spent $7,000 on my own, which was a good trip. In 2012, I went to Spain to do research alone. But think about all the history right up under our feet in America where our ancestors were that we neglect.
Mm-hmm.
So now at 54, my next plan when this stuff clears up, this pandemic, and I can travel, I have to go to DeSoto Parish, Cottle Parish in Louisiana. I have to go to Darlington, South Carolina. I have to go to Virginia. I have to go to Rhode Island. I have to travel these places where they live to uncover the legacies that they left for me.
Facts.
Shit we should have been doing when I was in my 30s.
Yeah.
So around when you was in your 30s, wasn't there a lot of distractions according to even what's going on now?
Oh, bro, that with that Afrocentric paradigm that they dominated, and they had no competition. They had free reign. So they had free reign, no competition.
Yeah,
The mighty kings and queens of the Egypt and all that stuff. We got into all of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I figured that because a lot of what, like, even in this generation right now, they not even tapping in according to a lot of the information that was even going according to them. Because if they actually really do tap into shit, they'll be able to pick up what the fuck is actually going on. So we understand that a lot of our people is not even tapping into the information itself. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, I like the brother said, he 1 year younger than me. I'm born and raised in Philadelphia. You know what I mean? It wasn't no fucking jobs in there. We were basically in the city where shit was, fucked up. Some of us only had one parent. Some had two parents. But majority was single parents.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So shit was just crazy, man.
Just like even from y'all time, because y'all around the same time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's bring it down. Let's bring it to the 2000s. You know what I'm saying? Because that's around when I had my nephew. Was actually 2000, 2002, 2003 was around when I had my nephew. So I was just graduating. I was actually just graduating 2003 because I was just graduating high school. So at that time when I had my nephew, and I probably have said this before, 16 jobs in Atlanta. I was living in Noonan, Georgia at that point. It was like literally like maybe 10, 15 minutes right outside of Atlanta, right outside of 285. So, but every job that I filled out for was Atlanta. It was predominantly black, of course, right? You think that, things will help. You graduate high school early, you know what I'm saying? You seem like a smart and intelligent brother. You have a child and, everything is cool. You have a good home, da-da-da-da. No, none of that meant nothing.
Right.
None of that meant. It doesn't matter if I would have mentioned just school and I didn't mention even having a child. If I'm just mentioned graduating school, it didn't mean anything. I did not get one fucking job.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? This is in a whole predominantly black fucking state that's supposed to be supporting blacks, right? This is the first time that I felt like I wasn't black and I understood I wasn't black.
Right. And you notice how hard it was for us as males, even our own family. See, my grandmother, reared all of us, and she loved the boys, but raised the daughters. You notice that? So, like my sister, my female cousin, bought them a car, paid for their college fees, apartments to live, food, everything. They had it all. But us, the men, oh no,
Nothing.
we're on our own. We're throwing
You don't
out the wolf. Like, we got to fend for ourselves, right?
Facts, bro. Because, bro, I was in the house. I'm the youngest of 4. My older brother has shit. My sister, which is the only girl, of course, she's the only girl out of 3 fucking boys. She's going to get everything that she wants, of course. And then I didn't say the oldest. Now the oldest is already moved out.
Right.
He's done. He's already done. It leaves me. You think that I had help with my first car? You think that I had help with my first job? You think that I had help with my first girlfriend? you think you think that I had anything with the application or a bank account? No, like no. I didn't get these. I didn't get none of this shit.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
had to figure out all this shit out by myself.
Preach.
Even parenthood.
Preach.
Yeah.
Even parenthood. I had to learn all this shit by my fucking self, y'all. I'm not lying, bro. Like, I'm really not
No,
lying.
we know you ain't. The same
My
here,
mom
my
would,
brother.
my
I know
mom
you
would
ain't.
tell you,
Same here.
bro.
Different
Bro,
generation, same story.
same that part, bro. That part, bro. I'm done. I'm saying no more. You muted my mic for me. There you go.
Shit.
And go ahead, Philly.
No, you go ahead, my brother.
I'm from Los Angeles, so
Mhm.
that was when we were targeted by the CIA, who funded that war with the Contras in Nicaragua.
War
And
on drugs.
and the CIA created that crack cocaine and introduced it to us with that fucking Freeway Rick, and then that shit. Now, the very first televised drive-by shooting on 54th and Hoover in 1984. Now my other cousin, he wasn't in the house with us with our grandmother. He grew up with his paternal grandmother, so he stayed in a hard, cold South Central area. And then he was involved in that because that first drive-by that the news televised, which was over when they first started, selling the crack cocaine, he got shot in the leg, right? And so my cousin, who his brother grew up with me in our grandmother's house, and so because we had to fend for ourselves, a lot of those brothers got caught up in that life where they felt the only way to really make some money was to start selling the crack cocaine. And so many of them, because from LA, they distributed and introduced it to the other cities in the States. So you had the brothers from LA who would go to like Minnesota, Miami, Ohio, and introduce that whole deal. And that poison just started spreading all over, right? Now, see, I never got caught up in that because now one thing about my grandmother, she got us involved, piano lessons and when we were like 10, and I kind of stuck with that and was into music. I wanted to be a musician. So I followed that path, right? So I didn't get involved in the drug selling, any of that. So, but now what really changed me was because I was part of the busing program, and I lived a few blocks from Crenshaw High, but I was bused way out to the pale skin area and the Palisades near the beach.
Same here.
So, yep. So I started to, do like these friendships with these Albions, right? Now, my best friend growing up was Rico. And I would hang out with him. He'd take me out and use he had his father's credit card. So he'd take me out to all these restaurants. And I got introduced to international food because he would just, we'd go out everywhere, right? And so I was living over there and experiencing that side of the world. And then what really changed me was, and like Philly said, there was no jobs available. And I never really had money, right? And that Rodney King incident when it jumped off in 1991, and then they were found not guilty in 92. I was harassed. We were always harassed, but this particular day was different. So I was harassed by the cops, And that day, it just dawned on me, wait a minute, this keeps happening because I don't know my rights. Go to school, learn the law, become a lawyer, so this will never happen to you again. That was the original catalyst. And then the next day, I drove to Santa Monica Community College to research the process of getting an education. So I did all that, and I was motivated, and I enrolled, and I did the first 2 years there, and I transferred and did my final 2 years at UCLA. And then in my senior year, I did a study abroad program in Japan. And then my original plan was to become a lawyer and work for a U.S. firm in Tokyo. But after coming to Japan in '97, I loved it so much, never went back home. See, so that changed my life. And I graduated from UCLA, having that degree. And now when I first graduated, I tried to get a job there in LA. Nothing available. Nothing.
Nothing. Yep.
So I got a job teaching English with a company in Japan that had a recruiting office in LA.
Mm-hmm.
So I got as an American in Japan gave me opportunities. And then, I started, working for Japanese companies, and then it started my own companies, and then the rest was history. You see, but not falling for the drug life, being exposed to Palisades and more international things and broadening my horizons, and then turning that ugly experience of being harassed by police into something positive, put me in this position right now.
I bet you when you was working that job, you was figuring out who was actually the generators of goddamn or the motors of goddamn how goddamn America's goddamn running a bullshit.
Oh yeah.
Now on the other end of the spectrum, now my story basically same story as my brother's. Basically, we didn't have the family structure. You know what I mean? All I had was my mother, and basically she moved us from the projects to a better neighborhood. And basically, I got caught up with the drugs
Right.
through my teenage years, and I ended up getting kicked out of, like he said, getting bused to other schools, getting in problems with the other kids. And I got kicked out of every motherfucking school I ever went to, from elementary to high school. Shit got so bad, I seen myself either doing 20 years or going in the military. So I went in the military, bam. Basically got hurt while I was in the military, got out. My addiction still followed me and shit, but I was able to luckily get a government job. I started working at the post office.
Right.
And basically, my addiction caught up with me, and I had to, make a choice in life. Did I want to be a crackhead or did I want to be a fucking man? And I left the fucking drugs alone, worked for the government at the post office for 15 years, basically got out, disability, had started my own business, you know what I mean? And haven't touched that shit in 30 plus years, man. And got my family out the motherfucking hood to the country.
Right.
And now own some 6 acres of land. Found out my family own 100 acres of land, maybe 5 miles from the house. You know what I mean? And shit turned good. So there's 2 positive stories that came out of the hood.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Because
exactly.
Basically, my addiction, I beat my addiction through boot camp. I had to go through my addiction. I told them, I went from Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri to Karlsruhe, West Germany. You know what I mean? And during my boot camp, I was fighting the addiction too, because I was addicted to crack.
Right.
You know what I mean? So 2 different stories, 2 different, outcomes, both positive.
See, and that strength, it comes straight from our ancestors. That strength. And there are the ancestors looked after us, got us out of that bottomless pit of misery, hopelessness, despair.
Yeah, and I like shit. I was able to retire at 34 years old. You know what I mean? From a federal job.
It's
You know
beautiful.
what I mean? We're close to 20 years in.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
You know what I
You get
mean?
your
I ain't
pension. You got
work.
your pension, right?
Yeah, I got my pension and my disability. You know what I mean? And started, a small real estate business, renting out properties in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
You
Yep.
know what I mean? And like I said, I ain't touched that shit in 30 plus years, and I ain't gonna ever touch it again. You know what I mean? Because I still see the destruction it's doing today to our people.
Yeah.
Like you said, they planted that shit in LA, and basically that shit spread it out. All the major cities, all the small towns, all that shit.
Yep. Yep. And I have family members who were part of that. Cousins up in Minnesota
Nice.
over at Prince's Club Glam Slam. And they have to deal
I
with that.
appreciate my struggle because, like I said, I know where I came from. 25th and Diamond. It was called Raymond Rosen
Raymond
Projects.
Rosen. Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what
I
that's
went
at.
my first school. The only school I didn't get kicked out of was William Dick Elementary School.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And like I said, I ain't worked for nobody in 25 plus years, man. I work for myself, and I work basically breathing. Breathing is my job.
And you know, brothers, I'm that I was that militant, and I really wanted to get away from those fucking pale skins. I didn't want to see their faces. Coming to Japan, I don't have to see their fucking faces on television. I don't have to see those fuckers in these institutions. That there, and then the stress, the social stress and the social freedoms here. Don't have to work. I'm an American here, not the fucking black, not a nigger, none of that. Walk into a Japanese bank or a store, a Rolex shop, they got a guy sitting there bowing, welcome. They're not looking at me like I'm gonna steal anything. You go to an ATM, you don't have to look over your back. You're gonna get robbed. You don't have to worry about getting harassed by policy enforcers. None of
Right.
that. That was a hell of a relief off my back. That extended my life.
Yeah.
Don't that feel great though?
Oh, bro. I mean, that there, and that's what kept me here.
I
Growing up
hear
in
that.
LA,
One of my
getting
homies,
stopped, dude. Every
one of
time you
my
got to drive
homies
your
in
car.
Japan somewhere.
Yeah.
He got a government contract over that job and ain't turned back since. He been over there about 5 years,
Yeah,
probably
and he's not.
longer.
He's not coming back. The
Nah, I know he
visit,
ain't.
yeah.
I know he ain't. I keep in touch with him on Facebook.
Mhm. Man. Man, y'all don't know what y'all did, man. I was at a point where I was just about to I was very much. I don't know if y'all heard, but I was very emotional before I came on here, man. These tonight, yesterday, these experiences I've been through it hit me hard, man. It really hit me hard, and it was just like I'm just coming out of an accident and trying to get over that traumatic experience. Now I got to go through this shit, and this shit having trauma on me. I'm like, hold on, man. Like, what the fuck? However, I'm glad things ended off better than it started. Would like to say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Shout out to the brother Ricky Young. What's going on, brother? Salute to you. Salute to the family as well. But yeah, it's pretty crazy, you know what I'm saying? Like I saw a mother, like I was like, hold on. I had to have a talk with her. I was like, yo, mom, yo, you have a baby, you have a daughter, you have a precious gift in this world. You have to protect her. And she was like, yeah. I'm like, no, don't get me. You let a teenager fucking push you. No, no. Under any circumstance, that is not acceptable. You have way more power than you think, than you even know. You need to go ahead and use that, especially for the sake of your daughter. Your daughter shouldn't be in her teens or preteens going through any traumatic experience where she's being abused by anybody, regardless if he's trying to say your mom's crazy and I'm trying to take care of you or not, or whatever the case may be. I don't care what it is. If she get hurt, it's abuse. That little girl shouldn't have a busted lip for no reason. That little girl shouldn't have lost her belongings for no reason. That little girl shouldn't have lost her crock for a reason. There was not no reason I should have went back to go and find her stuff or her belongings for her. There was no reason why I should have had to even walk her home. So I blame these gang motherfuckers that's putting these young crazy ass niggas down. You
Yep.
got people that's attacking the mothers and young daughters that's like 12, 11, 13 years old. Some of y'all niggas got daughters that's 12, 11, 13 years old. So what if the nigga from your set was treating your daughter just like that? I
Hey,
bet you y'all niggas will forget about that gang shit.
hey,
I
Chris,
bet you y'all niggas will forget about that gang shit.
I don't understand that term simp, man. Because if a brother taking care of anybody's child, that's a blessing, man.
That
You
part.
know what I mean? That's why I don't understand this shit. He being a man, he ain't being no fucking simp. What you call him a simp for? You know what I mean?
Right.
He taking care of somebody else's kid like it's his own. That's a man. That's what a real man do. I got two stepdaughters, man, that still love me to this day and respect me to this day.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I don't understand that shit. That's simp shit, man. You should be happy
That
that somebody taking care of one of our own.
the simp mentality is basically the mentality of demasculating the man and saying you ain't strong enough, you a bitch because you complying to what the shorty's saying. But that gangster is complying to what a white man's saying.
Yeah, I put it the same thing with the gang shit, the simp shit. They teach that shit the gang over bitches.
Right. But we can't, yeah, we again, I'm gonna say this again. They think that is a lower portion of a man. However, the same motherfuckers that's putting down they women is still taking that hierarchy from a white man and making him feel lower than himself according to him and his community. Not just himself, him and his community. So the dude is making money off putting down himself, his community, and his younger seeds. Man, I'll be damned. I'll be damned. Aren't we supposed to raise our young ones to be better than us?
Yes, sir.
All right. My nephew's a manager. I was never a manager in my life. I'm gonna just let that sink in. I always tell my nephew, if it ain't from us, you better make your own decision, and it better not be no complying by them. Because they ain't your family, they ain't your people, they ain't your community, they ain't nothing. And he grasped that concept very well of making his own decisions. Why? Well, if uncle is daddy, then we have to understand that his father wasn't there. All right. Not to, bring down my brother, but simple facts. Nigga, you're not there. Point blank. I don't give a fuck how hard a fact hurt. A fact is a fact. If you wasn't a father, you should not be getting recognized as a fucking father. Point blank. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. I'm talking about my own brother. I'm talking about my second oldest brother. Yes. So to let y'all know how cutthroat I am. No, I'm not. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Because still to this day, you are not daddy to son. Uncle is still daddy to motherfucking son. Or daddy to nephew. So I don't give a fuck. If you're not doing the work, suck my dick. You ain't shit. No good. We don't need you. We don't need you. We need the ones that's building kings, building queens, building ownership, building prosperity, abundance, family, love, neighborhood. Traditions. This is what we need because apparently we have lost a lot of this. However, fried chicken is still being cooked the same way in all of our homes. Why do I say that? Well, you got a commercial chicken that's taking over your whole recipe. Popeyes. However, everybody loves cooking chicken the way we cook chicken. We talk about Popeyes and all that shit, but we don't get down to the specific fact that these niggas is cooking chicken the way we cook chicken. But we get no notoriety from KFC, from Popeyes, McDonald's. They got club chicken burgers. Five Guys, fucking Fat Burger, anywhere else that sell chicken. Do we get any notoriety from that? I believe we taught them how to fry chicken just as well as we taught them how to wipe their ass. Do we get notoriety from tissue or toilet seats? How about the air conditioner? Do we get anything from that? No, but they do tax you on AC. It's part of your heating, right? It's part of your electricity as well. Even though a black man has made the AC, they still charge us for air conditioning. The irony. I can keep going, fam. I can keep going. Just let me know when I need to stop. That's all I'm saying. Let me know when I need to stop. I can keep going.
Shit. Hey, Chris, we did more with a peanut than they did with anything they put together.
Oh,
A peanut.
oh man, fucking facts. One
Small ass
fucking
peanut. Peanut.
one peanut made 3 different kinds plus peanut butters. You got creamy. You got crunchy. Oh, hold on. You got peanut butter with honey. Ooh. Creamy and crunchy. Hold on. Was that 4 different kinds? I don't think I even got to the was that 4 different? Okay, cool. So now we understand it's a market off of one peanut. Hold on. We got regular peanuts. We got boiled peanuts. We got shelled peanuts. And we got unshelled peanuts. You have boiled peanuts that's shelled, and you got boiled peanuts that unshelled. So do you understand the market that they created beyond peanuts that we just made from one peanut?
And then look at all the aspects they did beyond the peanut butter and shit. The ingredients of that peanut is still in a lot of shit that's out now.
Oh, they got peanut butter oil too. How do I know they got peanut butter oil? Because when you don't eat your peanut butter for a long time and you open up your peanut butter and you might see a liquid form in there, that's peanut butter oil. It happens especially if you're in a tropical land like in the South or California or Florida, Atlanta. Just take some peanut butter and put it in the pantry and keep it there for like 3-4 months. You'll see some liquid form in there. Hold on. Matter of fact, let me look it up. Peanut butter oil. Because a lot of people don't think that this is a real thing.
Hey, look up the all the different things that came from peanuts too.
Oh man, this is crazy. I got you, bro. Hold on. Let me share this shit real quick because the same thing I was explaining is actually within this. So, some of them are actually showing you peanut butter with the peanut butter oil itself. Y'all thought I was bullshitting? That was bullshit. No. Yeah, okay.
Nah, I know you wasn't.
Me and OG giving y'all some real shit on some motherfucking peanuts. Like real shit. Understand that this right here is showing you there's peanut butter in there, and we see the oil fragments right here. Like I said, you can get peanut butter oil in a peanut butter jar just by letting your peanut butter sit. Why does that happen? When you're in tropical areas, tropical means you catch a lot of heat, which means you catch like it's a lot of condensation. It's a lot of humidity. When humidity happens, what happened? Liquid forms, right? It's the same thing that happened with butter, same thing that happened with peanut butter, same thing that happened with a lot of things, guys. We've seen this stuff ourselves because we cook. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't think this is a natural phenomenon or it's something that actually happens, well, you maybe need to pay attention to your own pantry. That's all I'm saying. This shit happens. Literally. Hate oily natural peanut butter. Never clever hacks you'll love. Well, he let his peanut butter oil jar sit to the point where it was gonna create some peanut butter oil. Linked it out, poured it out, bam, 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 bam. And they say hate peanut butter oil. So this means all peanut goddamn butter, goddamn do this shit.
Hey,
Just get some peanut butter and let it sit.
Chris,
Go
ain't
ahead.
that why Jimmy Carter made his fortunes off of peanuts?
That part.
Probably a fucking
That.
billionaire off of peanuts.
And the crazy thing is they made imitation peanuts. They made candies off of peanuts. There's a candy called elephant peanuts that my mom used to love. Every time I used to go to the corner store when I was in New York, or if I had to pick up some cigarettes for my parents, I had to get a pack of elephant peanuts that had nothing to do with peanut butter. So they're not just not making money off the variations of it. They're making synthetic parts of it too and still making money off that shit as well. How do you go from peanut butter to candy peanut butter? That's all I'm saying.
I forget the name. The black guy that invented that basically started making everything out of peanuts. I forget his name.
Yeah, I forgot his name too.
But I believe he created a hard plastic or some shit from peanuts.
I think it was with the peanut skin. You know that skin that goes over the peanuts?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what he did it from.
Carver. Something Carver.
Oh, shit. You smoking that fire. I'm go ahead and light my blunt. God damn it. He there, y'all. We here.
Yeah, I'm smoking on some shit called cake batter.
Cake batter?
Yeah.
Oh, I know all about that. Yeah, you smoking some good shit, bro. Wedding cake and cake batter. It's a hybrid. It's really not a hybrid. It's just wedding cake. It's a wedding cake with basically it's like cake. It's like wedding cake mated with wedding cake, which would give you a super wedding cake, which will give you a cake batter. That's all that is. It's just a super wedding cake.
Man, I wish
it's very good.
fucking Georgia legalized this shit. That's what I want to do for real on my land. I want to grow some of that shit legally. But Georgia acting stupid. One of the last to pass the marijuana law.
Yeah, I told y'all I told you they're gonna be last.
Yeah,
Because on the East Coast, you already know what
Yeah.
state what state is on the East Coast.
I was mad when I left Philly, and then as soon as I left, they legalized it. But I'm like, man, I don't want to live in that shit, that concrete jungle.
Right.
Just because weed legal, fuck that.
Mm-hmm. That's what they try to do. They try to implement their little business protocols, you know, and try to force us to make moves by them trying to play chess and making us play checkers, and we can only move one spot, or we can just be pawns and move one spot. But you already know what some of us, that ain't even the case, because we don't give a fuck about that, and we're gonna move how we move, regardless if we want to move diagonal, you know, straight across, our left, right, or if we want to jump across the fucking board, like point blank, nigga. Fuck a spot, fuck a rule, fuck a law, fuck anyone that, nigga. You on the same board that I am. I'm jumping across that board to chop your fucking head off, point blank, and that's what you don't want. That's what they don't want. They don't want us to come across that board and chop that fucking head off. And that's what some of us is doing right now. Coming across that board, chopping that fucking head off. Because they can't do shit. All they can do is use their little fucking angles. Their little punk ass 33rd degree fucking angles. That's the only thing you could do. You would never see me face to face because you're a bitch. Point blank.
Yeah.
Point blank. You will never see me face to face because you're a bitch. Facebook head boy Mark Zuckerberg or whatever your fucking name is. Fuck you and your name, you redhead fuck. Bill Gates, you four-eyed fuck. You can get another pie to your face. If I see you, you're going to get another pie to your face. Fuck boy. Steve Jobs, you along with them, you fuck. You can get the same thing. The president, he can get his ass whooped. I don't give a fuck. All y'all motherfuckers ain't shit. You Spellman motherfuckers ain't shit. You HBCUs fuck ass head motherfucking fake people ain't shit. Ain't none of y'all black. Half of y'all have even fucking mulattoes, and some of y'all even fucking produce mulattoes by fucking raping them. So that's not even a motherfucking goddamn meaningful fucking goddamn birth. So fuck what you or your fucking bitch had conceived. That shit has nothing to do with no HBCU, because no HBCU now is ran by a fucking black owned organization or company or anything. It's all by these motherfuckers. And I'm going to bring a build out by bringing out this information. So watch. Wait for it. Wait for it.
I'm with you. I wanted to ask you a question, my brother. Because, like, do you think we should, like, say if we can get 4 million fucking signatures saying that we ain't African American and give to Congress, do you think that would kind of change our situation? Make us maybe recognized a little bit?
The only way that would happen is if we act on the situation at all costs, which means that because we know these people are tricky, they might come out and be like, oh, well, here goes a stimulus for the African Americans, right?
Because I figure this, my brother. It's only two ways we're going to fight to deal with this shit. Either go to war or we're going to have to demand change.
Right.
And demand. I ain't for the marching and all that shit. I'd rather get us somehow get some signatures together and stand as one and say we don't want our kids taught that inferior education. We don't want them to think that they came from African slaves and that bullshit. You know what I mean? And stand together on that and demand change. You know what I mean? Not ask for it, demand it. Even though we giving signatures, but we demanding with them fucking signatures. You feel me? So what you think about that, man?
The only thing that I would have to say about that is I'm all for it and I agree with it.
Cause
However,
like
however,
I don't rock with none of them. You know, none of them organizations. But like law, I think law is important, man. If we knew the law or we control what's going on with the laws, we can make change. But we don't. But our people don't want to get involved with the law. I think law and learning law, how to put them fucking cops in their place. You know what I mean? Can change some shit too.
the people don't get into law because law is oppressing us, right? So what I say is law and all those rules and stuff is not really gonna do anything if we are the ones that's breaking them, right? We we have to understand our laws, not their laws. Anything under their compromising will be a totality to us. So if anything that happens under their arm, their supervision, their rule, their da da da, it would never be in our hands, regardless of anything. We have to come to a point where we're not supporting them. So what I mean is when we step foot and make a decision upon something, we have to stand on it and we have to act on it even during the aftermath. Why I say this is because people will march and still not stand on what they marched for because they'll just wait till weeks, days to go by and still nothing to happen. And they'll be like, oh, well, nothing to happen. We did this. We put in our part. Da 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 da. Nothing happened. Okay, bam, bam, bam. So they give up. We don't need those type of people. We need the people that's going to keep the pressure on the necks. That's not going to let our foot off. Because if we come to the conclusion of that we need this and the togetherness, and we build numbers to the point where we're affecting their pocket, and we already know if we affect their pockets, we got their attention. But the rest of the people that haven't even put in the work to even understand don't know that part.
Man, that I heard about that shit. The Klan marching in Philadelphia, man. Shit
Oh yeah.
pissed me off, and we can't even get a fucking 100 motherfuckers to march and so you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And so can't even get 100 motherfuckers, man.
Yeah, you gotta bribe motherfuckers to do some shit
And
in a
they
real
doing it every month, man.
in a real neighborhood. The only time the example of a million people coming together or something like that was a Million Man March. That's under a fucking goddamn religious organization. So that's not us.
Yeah. They doing that shit every month now. They're flexing, showing their shit.
And these motherfuckers not even having a million coming across though. That's the crazy thing. They don't even have a million anymore. When the last time Farrakhan brung a million brothers together? I'll wait.
We're gonna be a fucking 100 lifetimes.
Right. Shout out to the
we all gonna be dead and in the dirt. And it still ain't gonna happen.
Right.
It's sad, man.
Shout out to the Comic King Dreads in the building. What's going on, family? Salute to you. Salute to the family, my brother.
Salute, my brother. How you doing, man?
What up, y'all, man? I just woke up, actually.
Well,
I wake up, y'all niggas on here going in. I'm like, what the fuck? It's still up. I normally be up around this time. Shit.
Right. Well,
it might be that sea mouse. It might be the sea mouse.
Might be the sea mouse.
Hey, I've been on it though.
Then I seen Chris on. I was like, shit, I ain't sleepy. Let me get up and kick it with my brother.
Right.
Yeah,
now I went through a few little situations from 4th of July till 11/20, which was the last situation I went through, and it just kind of just bothered my mind, you know what I'm saying, how I reacted to the situation, you know. And I just wanted to come on. It was just spark of the moment. I just wanted to come on live and just talk to the fam to see what was going on and express, you know what I was going through, and that's all,
Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. It's good to release a lot of that shit instead of having it balled up inside and shit.
Exactly. Hey, Greg, we was talking about, I was talking about with Chris how they just marched the white supremacist bulls in Philadelphia, and we can't even get 10 motherfuckers together, man. And they doing this shit regularly. How you felt about that?
Shit is goofy. It's like that's why I say, man, I'm gonna be honest. I think that what we're dealing with right now, we're dealing with a bunch of people. But let me start from the beginning. They done fucked our people up mentally, man. Mm-hmm. And they done fucked them up so bad that the ones that are awake, we're not going to be able to get them on board. Now, some people that we can wake up, them the ones, I'm going to be honest, them be the ones that's already like borderline, they're not really going with the system and stuff like that. They're the ones we can kind of bring over to the awake side. But the majority of our people, they have fucked their mind up so long, they're gone, dog. We're not going to be able to unite with them. We've been talking about this shit for years, When I first started YouTube, nigga, I was like a young man, So I was real young, man. I'm a full-fledged adult right now. Ain't nothing changed. These people are not listening. Mm-hmm. After a while, you got to come to the reality, like, you know what, man? It is what it is. It is what it is. We can only bring those who are borderline, but the rest of our people, man, them folks fucked them up all the way. They ain't gonna come together. Shit. All we gonna have is a bunch of people, and a lot of people, especially that look like us, they already know. Why you think they found the market into making money talking about how fucked up things is? Because they know that's a long-term hustle. They know that long as they're going to be able to talk about it for years, because they know that it's always going to be some fucked up individuals out there. And the people that that set this whole thing up, they understand it. Hell, it's their creation. And that's why in the news media, They talk to us like how they want to. In the streets, they treat us how they want to. They created this monster, man. They created this whole scenario. So when it comes to people coming together, man, the only time you're gonna get a bunch of kids, yeah, I said kids, because they got a mind of a child. Only way you're gonna get a bunch of sheep or AKA children, grown children, to come together, you're gonna have to wave a shiny new toy in front of their motherfucking face. That's the only way kids gonna pile up and come together. But that's it, dog. Other than that, it's over with. And that Million Man March, to be honest with you, let's think about it. How many we done had? We didn't have many, but the ones we have had, how many times that shit made a difference?
Never.
So what is the fucking point?
That part.
My
After this
fault.
after, and the crazy thing is, bro, and the reason why I bring these motherfucking, if I end up bringing this Million Man March up, y'all will understand after this. One of the last few Million Man March we had, this motherfucker Farrakhan admitted to the whole public that his mom cheated on his dad with a white dude, and that's how he was born. If nobody ever caught that, look it up on YouTube. It's there, broad in day, and he showed you every time he laid his motherfucking hair down to the motherfucking side, and that shit was straight and wavy.
That's slick
No,
back.
that's slick. Thank you, bro. That's slick back. None of us have that slick back, bro. Y'all see my hair? I ain't got that slick back. I ain't none part of me say I got any part of that fucking slick. No. But you look at that motherfucker, he got that slick back. And after he told anybody that story at a Million Man's March, oh nigga, fuck you, bro. And now I know you're part of the Psi Omega, whatever, the same fucking bullshit that fucking Shaq is the same fucking fraternity that Shaq is part of. Oh, you suspect. I got the picture too. I can show y'all.
Damn.
That nigga, he's suspect. I was like, no. I was like, oh no, I will never listen to whatever this motherfucker say.
Yeah, he been suspect in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it's crazy because like recently, right? I've been kind of noticing shit. You know, I always notice shit, right? And you know, and most people know where I stand on a lot of stuff, especially when it comes to like us coming together, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm an unbiased individual. So if I notice something, I'm not scared to speak out about it in an unbiased way. Like a lot of these documentaries I've been studying and watching, I'm starting to notice that a lot of these documentaries, they don't talk about black people a lot, though. Like the new one I was just watching.
Hell no.
And everybody passing it around, they saying it's facts. And I'm watching this whole.
Hey, blow it up a little bit, Chris.
All right.
Go ahead, Dredge. My bad.
Going back watching a lot of other documentaries that I myself personally like supported. And I'm like, why these niggas don't never talk about what was going on with black people? It's almost like these motherfuckers act like we don't exist and shit. Like when you look at like the Great Reset, to Tartarian mud flood, they always talk about Europe, Greek, and all this. I'm like, well, what about Africa and and all the the Americas, shit like that. But even when they mention the Americas, it's only white people. So I'm like, there is some in some degree, there is some biases going on, man. Even inside the community, when we're talking about the true community, I'm not. The shit is rubbing me the wrong way, dog. And
Check,
it got.
check this
Oh,
out.
go
Check
ahead,
this
go
out,
ahead.
Dred. Check this out, Dred. So
He
let's
happy too.
let's
Look at him. You see that nigga smiling?
so like check this out. Let's go back to when they start mentioning the Americas, right? So when and then that's the actual question. When do they start mentioning the Americas? That's the question right now. When do they start mentioning the Americas? Do they start mentioning the Americas when Christopher Columbus came? Or was it a time before?
No, what in the documentary or in general?
In general.
Mostly when mostly they talk about when Christopher Columbus got here.
Right.
Yeah,
I
that's what
agree.
that's
I
what they
agree with
teach
that.
us. Yeah.
Right. No, I agree. I'm with that. The reason why I asked that question. Okay. So when did Christopher Columbus come through?
I think they say like in the 1400s, right? 1460 something,
1440, something, 49 or 50
something
something,
like that.
something
Yeah,
like
yeah. And it's in the 1400s. Yeah.
hold on, let's see.
No, pull it up. Yeah, get that receipt because you know how some people is.
Yeah, we got we got most definitely. Let's see. Knew it was in the 1400s because he was born. Yeah, He was born 1450. He was August and then 31st. They say he was born between 25th of August and 31st of October of 1451. Cool.
Wait, they don't know when. They say
They
between.
they between bro. Bro.
But Greg, but let me
Thank
say
you,
this
bro.
real
Thank
quick.
you.
Hold on, let me say this real quick,
Okay,
brother.
it was 1492. But
My
yo,
mom was
there you go.
born in 1934,
Dang.
Mm.
but basically, like she celebrated April 5th for like 50 something years, and then she finally got her birth certificate. Her birthday is April 21st. So it's about that 3 week. Well, with him, it was a 6 month period, but my mom, it was a 3 week period. They didn't keep records back then.
Yeah, they didn't give me.
Mm.
Yeah.
So that means,
Oh,
well, they didn't keep record. Well, that's here. We talking about the 1400s. So they wouldn't know at all
right.
when this nigga was born. You know
We,
what I'm saying?
so we talking about an
Exactly.
estimation,
Exactly.
guesstimation. That's an approximate.
Exactly.
That's
Guesstimation. That's
what
the
we're
best.
talking about. So okay, so Columbus left Castile in August 1492 with 3 ships and made landfall in the Americas on 12 October.
In
So
December.
yeah.
Oh, wait. October 12th?
Well, yeah, October 12th. Yeah, October
October 12th.
12th.
Okay.
Yeah, October 12th to the Decembers or whatever they was calling that shit at that point.
So that's down there wintertime.
Yes. Fall winter time.
Yeah.
Because the beginning
No.
of October, ended
Yeah,
this
it's still
early
it still got
fall.
some. Yeah, you still got some warmth.
Yeah, a little bit, little tiny bit, you know what I'm saying? A little bit of something.
You
So
know what kills me the most now that I think about it? They sailed on hurricane season from fucking from April. to November is hurricane season around
Which,
here, and it's been that way a long fucking time. Am I wrong?
which,
Nah, and that's like the peak and shit.
hey,
Exactly.
which hurricane though? Hurricane Emma, Hurricane which old lady hurricane name we got it?
Well, since they say we were slaves, they probably used Zimbabwe, some type of African name, probably back then. Shaka Zulu.
But you see what I'm saying? So he sailed during hurricane season when the season's at its worst.
And the worst place you could be is in the ocean. Like, get the fuck out of it. That's where the motherfuckers form, man. He
That's
out
where
there
the storms created or started.
a start, right? And he out there selling this shit. All right.
Because I just thought about it. I'm like, shit, hurricane season started April to fucking November. That shit ended in November.
Yep.
And the cruisers try to plan their cruises before that time.
Yep.
Or track the weather and make sure there ain't no storms in the fucking area. They couldn't do that back then.
Nah, them niggas.
Bullshit.
Yeah, them niggas ain't even have a GPS system. They must have had Mama Oya check it. Guided them.
No. You mentioned okay. God damn it. I wanted to bring this shit up to you about a week ago, Dreads. Okay. Bro, have you heard of the gene of Eve?
Nah, the gene of Eve.
Oh
nah.
my fucking God, bro.
Oh God,
my
what they talking about?
God, bro. Okay. I'm gonna just go over this roughly. Cause like, all right. They said that there is a gene of Eve. How they got this gene of Eve is because you remember the remains of the Ethiopian women that they call the mother of life or the mother of whatever, because she was the oldest remains that was found as of maybe, I think what from the past like 5 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
The ones that's supposed to be older than Annie or whatever the ones.
Yeah, Lucy. Yeah, that one. Okay. So they're actually calling her the gene of Eve. But they're still giving the depiction of Eve from the Bible.
Oh God.
Thank you.
Still coming from the rib, but it's the oldest.
So I just wanted to before anybody say anything towards this, I just wanted to give this one thing, because I think I broke it down and with this one formula. Okay, if we're talking about a Eve of a gene of Eve, right? And we're talking about Eve. We're not talking about Eve that started civilization or anything. We're talking about Eve that came from Adam's rib, right? So, would it be safe to say that there would never be a Eve's gene? However, there will always be an Adam's gene, because Eve didn't have a natural birth from Adam. She was taken from a rib of Adam, which is a part of him, which will always make her a part of Adam, which will makes there will only be a gene of Adam.
Yeah, I mean, or it'd be both, because they're one and the same. If she a clone, they would have the same DNA. So I would call it an Adam Eve gene. I mean, hell, they was brothers and sisters basically. The way the religious people break it down. So I don't see how they could separate the one from the other when they're one and the same.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that is weird. And even when we think about Adam,
Mhm.
Adam wasn't born either.
Was born exactly. He just
Yeah.
appeared. He was just a guy in the fucking goddamn Garden of Eden, and he God
No,
just
he,
put him there.
he was
like,
created from
There,
clay.
yeah, he a
He was
Clay-Doh.
created from clay.
from
Yeah,
dirt, right? Yeah,
dirt. Yeah.
yeah.
So
Okay, yeah.
he wasn't born. She wasn't born. They both was made. See, a lot of people don't see the symbolism in it. The Bible is telling you that Adam and Eve, they was made differently, but they both was manufactured. They was not born. So
Factory.
it's
It was factory.
already a disconnect between us and them out the gate. We wasn't created the same, but yet they
Alienated.
want us to be right. So how can you tell us that this is our parents when they was not born into this world? They was made into this world.
Exactly. And even from taking it from there, it seems like this whole biblical story was just a what we call it, a an alien infestation, because we see where the unnatural births happen, and then we seen that they I guess they turn part human, and then they start becoming natural births. But then, however, after the Cain and Abel and stuff, then now you have the fallen angels, the Nephilim, right? That came
Hmm.
down and started mating with the women, right? And now that there's descendants of the fallen angels on this earth, then you have someone that's called Noah and his family, which his wife wasn't even wasn't committed to him. She even cheated on him. So we don't even know if his children is his children or not. His children could be part of the Nephilim. But however, not even just taking that, let's just actually say Noah's children were his children. He is still the descendants of them, and he is still carrying the gene on and saving the gene from the whole flood or the abomination of what's going on to the world. So I mean, not yeah. Noah, sorry, Noah, Noah and his fucking bitch. Sorry, Noah. So Noah built this ark. Bam, 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 bam. However, people are following the story and they're not taking in consent that Noah is still, well, maybe part of the Nephilim, or his family might be part of the Nephilim. But
Yeah,
however, the people from there either came from Adam or Eve or the Nephilim themselves. So they're still all descendants of this alienated race that just came through and abominated the whole fucking land. And just say, oh, this flood came. Nobody know where the water drained, but a flood came. You know what I'm
you know
saying?
what?
And this the people still survive. And it's the same thing even with Noah's story. Noah still took the same people of his own people who we already know Noah is from. Because if your lineage linked back to Adam, then nigga, you still come from Adam and Eve.
Yeah,
So you're still keeping the lineage along. You keeping the lineage alive. So he splits the ocean and bring not just his people, but his whole community along. And it's just nothing but communities of these same people that's prevailing. That came from unnatural births. This is a whole an abomination of Earth. This is a whole takeover of Earth. So when I look at that, and I'll be like, well, I know some of us, so quote unquote black people, get sunburned, but maybe you are probably one of the hybrid niggas that's running around with a lot of they shit. Because I be seeing these motherfuckers in the way they talk about something. But bro, I got into like 5 different conversations about sun with these motherfuckers. These motherfuckers is literally hiding from the sun like they're fucking vampires. And I'm just like, yo, like, am I the only one that's realizing this shit? Or am I in a new day of age in America? What the fuck is actually going on?
Hey, Chris, and basically they say we vitamin D deficient. And how did we get the vitamin D? One form, the sun.
Bro, it's not one time that I put sunblock on and this the sun is just like tearing my fucking skin up or anything. Even if you might see a little color differential or anything, I'm not burning, I'm not peeling, I'm not doing any of that. I'm sorry, I'm from this land and I just don't do that. And then it's like with a lot of like when it's crazy because a lot of when we had the LA meetup and we all was in fucking Venice Beach, motherfuckers don't know the sun was out beaming on us, and we had no problem with that shit. We were just enjoying each other's time, taking pictures, having fun. It is what it is. We had no fucking problems, but we look around, motherfuckers got some white shit on their fucking face and some pink shit on their fucking nose. Like, what the fuck is going on? You need sunblock on your face, shea butter on your nose. What the fuck is going on, dog?
Let's go. And you know what's crazy is that sunblock don't work anyway. Like, they put this shit on, it doesn't work. Like, and matter of fact, the chemicals in it is what's actually giving them skin cancer. It's goofy. But anyway, let me bring something to your attention.
It's sulfur based because they're sulfur based, so they figure they can have something that can immute something with sulfur. But what they're doing is actually adding a double increment or killing the sulfur base of their motherfucking cells or their DNA. It's actually depleting them double time rather than single time or regular time. Rather if they didn't happen.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if the thing. I think the thing is some people gotta know there's a difference between what a lot of these white people put on their body. Some but every time you see like some that put certain lotions or whatever on their body, they're not all wearing sunblock. You got some that wear tanning lotion, and then some wear sunblock. Sometimes people get it confused. But like I said, when I learned about the sunblock, like what there was a fluctuation of skin cancer, and people was equating that the sun is actually killing them. That's not the case. The rise of skin cancer with white people was the product they was putting on their body. Period. It's not the sun that's killing them. It's the killing. It's the chemical that they're putting on them. And you gotta remember, these people make a shit ton of money selling that sunblock to them people.
Yeah.
A shit ton of money. So they don't give a fuck what's happening. As long as they get the bag. But I wanted to bring something to your attention, right? Because I just thought about this, just to get kind of back on the Adam and Eve shit, right?
Right.
So let's how the fuck, right? How the fuck can Eve get pregnant and give birth to a baby when they wasn't born? They was made, and Eve. We know in order for you to give birth or during pregnancy, there's one element that keeps the mother and the child connected, which is the umbilical cord, which is connected to your belly button. Eve wasn't born, so she wouldn't have a belly button. So how would she be able to carry a baby when the baby is not attached to a person that's belly buttonless? So that don't make any sense. That's why everybody that's walking around, you have a goddamn belly button. That's the basically, to me, that's a sign of life. Your belly button. That's what kept you alive.
And
Adam and
Dread,
Eve did not have any.
hey Dreads, real quick.
Yeah.
You can't have a baby soon as you're created. You have to wait till your body matures.
Maturity.
So it'd have been a
Exactly.
maturity period between then. Am I right?
No, you're right. You're 100% right. But the way they explain it, God created them in a couple of years, and they're basically babies.
They just start fucking.
Yeah, they
Mm-hmm.
let there be fucking. You feel me? So he create them. They start fucking, and this woman is pregnant with a baby. She got no belly button. Then how was she nurturing the baby while the baby was growing with no belly button, no navel at all?
At all.
And I was like, wait a minute, this shit is really getting out of hand.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers are really believing in a motherfucking fantasy story, dog. And I almost forgot. I'm glad I remember. How many people do you think it will take to build a boat the size of a motherfucking football field?
Exactly. Thank you.
Let's look at a football field. Bro, you know how big, don't you know how big a motherfucking football field is? Bro, they said eight
Dread. Not only that,
Hey,
not only that, Dreads, but how you get the proper wood, because that wood got to be trimmed down. You just can't chop no tree. You got to do them 2x4s and 2x8s and 4x8s.
Exactly.
To build that boat.
And what did he use to keep the wood gorilla glued together?
Right.
You feel me? So let's think about it. How many were? It was like 8 of them or something like that. It was a small family, right? You mean to tell me that 8 people built a boat the size of a goddamn football field? A football field, dog. Oh, bro, come on, man. You can't get 8 niggas to build a canoe right now.
I'm telling you, that's why they try to believe in that shit, because they believe he was he was the lineage of the Nephilim.
Yeah, so this it doesn't make any sense.
It don't make no sense.
So and check this out. What if everybody would have listened? Then what? That means everybody would have given a vote. What would have been the point of the flood if everybody listened? Because there's a problem with this story. Because how you gonna have all these people following Jesus during this time stamp, or God, right? That believe, and then magically nobody believed anymore? Like, what's going on?
See, and not only that, Dread.
The point, it wasn't even Jesus, it was God at the point.
It was God himself, yeah.
Hold it. And then remember this. God used to communicate with him then. You know what I mean? He would give him warnings and signs.
I mean,
we
we
ain't seen a warning and sign in about 400 years or more.
Yeah.
He gave his people supposedly signs and warnings.
Nigga,
he
God
was a
loved them
verbal
niggas.
God back then.
He loved them more than he loved us.
Knowing damn well if lions or tigers would have got in that ark, they would have been fucking up the zebras, the gazelles, the deers, the fucking goddamn rabbits, and oh man, they would have been fucked up, bro. They would have been fucked. Even the humans would have been fucked. Oh, we can't get the gazelles. They hopping across. Okay, well, who's these 2 human pink motherfuckers? Let's get them goddamn. Let's get daddy.
Dinner served.
Come on, bro.
Dinner served, nigga. Lion saying dinner served every time they see somebody.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
It would have been chaos, man.
Chaos in that ark, bro.
Yeah, pure chaos. I mean, the water would have been the last thing they had to worry about on that boat. Look at nobody was safe in that motherfucker.
Say, the ark, they try to say the ark was the only time all the animals acted as friends. came into a compromise and said, "Hey, let's get along with each other because there's a flood and we all can die."
Then
And
right
we
after
want
the
to keep, and
compromise, they said, "Fuck it,
we want to
we
keep our
enemies again."
we want to keep our families and our lineage going along just like humans. So let's act like them. Get the fuck out of here.
But guess what? How the fuck did he feed all them motherfuckers?
How did he
Because
feed himself?
they was in there for like they was in there for like a month, ain't
A
it?
month, yeah.
Without eating.
Exactly.
So how they fed all those animals? So I guess they had peanuts for the elephants. They had what meat did they get? The lions and tigers and panthers.
Not just the animals, but themselves too, because the animals was kept safe, and they were kept safe until the end, right? Because they preserved all the animals, right? AKA preserved all the animals.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. Matter of fact, dig this. They treated the animals better than they treated the so-called slaves on the ship, because the slaves got disease and famine. The animals
There were
survived.
slaves on the ark too.
The animals survived.
That mean the ark.
There were slaves on the ark. I didn't know there were slaves on the ark.
No.
I'm talking about.
He comparing it.
Oh yeah. My bad.
I'm comparing. Yeah, thank you. Comparing the ark with the animals, with the slaves coming over.
Yeah.
Basically
the way they explained it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they being at sea, the ark, a flood. You know what I mean? The fucking animals survived, the humans survived, and on the slave ship, nobody survived. A few brave bodies survived. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you know what else too? That mean the ark would have been full of shit.
Exactly.
All them damn animals. Oh, the elephants. Oh, bro, an elephant by itself.
Shit.
An elephant by itself dropped pounds of shit, dog. It would have been stinking in a motherfucker on that
monkey shit.
Hold on.
Monkey would have threw shit on all other animals.
Hold on. These motherfuckers said every species, right? So that means these motherfuckers need rattlesnakes, right? Right, cobras.
Oh,
right. Hold on, pythons. Right now, check this out. Have y'all ever seen a juvenile ball python shit?
That's amazing.
I'm just saying, because if you haven't seen a grown snake's shit, nigga, it's nothing different than human shit, my nigga. You are not lying about that. That goddamn boat would have been full of feces, all motherfucking goddamn, bro. Fuck that
bro,
shit.
they would have been sick as fuck on that boat. Dog.
Yeah, we just talk about shit. We ain't even talk about the piss aspect.
Right.
They do both.
Yep. maybe that's how they survive. They drunk their own piss and ate their own shit. I don't know.
Maybe they cannibals. They do that shit.
Pigs and shit. Why would you even say pigs? We already know that they the most disgusting, nasty. They probably had pigs to eat up all the shit. They just went around eating all the shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, man. So it is a lot of shit. There's a lot of shit that's going on. There's a lot of shit out here going on, man. But it doesn't add up, man. Like just him just him building the boat. And I think he was already an old man. Wasn't he already an old man when he built the motherfucker?
Yeah.
Oh God! Well, I ain't gonna say that old like an old man.
Like middle age to old man.
Yeah, he was like middle age. Yeah,
like late 30s, 40s.
Nigga have arthritis or nothing. Like, God damn, he's a champ.
Hey, how them herbs treating y'all brothers, man? That's what I wanted to ask.
Oh yeah, man, bro. I don't know, boy. It's decent, man. I meant to tell you about that, boy. That shit is hey, I fucks with it, like for real. I was, and I'm only like today will be. I'm like 5 days in.
Me too. I'm 5 days in to my melanin shit, and my chest, like I said, when I started taking it, my chest began feeling lighter, and my chest has just been feeling lighter, like light. And I'm just
What you taking? What you taking?
it's the
The mullein
mullen,
leaf
yeah, the mullen,
for
yeah.
the lungs. That's for lung repair. The mullein leaf.
The molar leaf. Yeah, I need to get some of that too. Then shit.
Yeah, it don't cost that much, bro.
Yeah,
The
So,
don't.
black seed oil and the mullein leaf. If you
yeah.
smoked or smoked in the past, or if you just want to treat your lungs, that mullein leaf.
Yep.
Okay, back that up. I'm gonna cop that. I meant to ask you about that too the last time I talked to you, Leonardo, because I heard Chris talking about it. I was like, you know what? Because I smoke too, so I was like, why not? The
It
black seed
worked.
oil, I got that. Yeah, I got the black seed oil, got the CMOS, and a couple other things you had suggested, Leonardo. But yeah, that shit. People need to get up on that shit, man. I thought it was bullshit. Well, not everything, but I thought a lot of stuff was
Here you
bullshit.
go, Dred. Look at the camera.
Oh yeah, that's the same pack I got. The same
Hold on, let
caps
me
I
turn it
got.
around.
Go ahead, go ahead and get
Oh,
that. Go ahead and get that dress because I'm a
on.
actual.
Oh, okay, I see it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hold on.
I'm an
Where
actual.
you get it from? Where you get it from?
Amazon.
I ordered
Amazon.
from
Okay, order it. Okay.
Yeah, I ordered from Amazon too as well. Same pack,
Oh,
everything. So
good looking out. Good looking out, bro. Gotta get. I'm
uh,
getting that ASAP. I'm gonna order that today.
oh yeah, see, that's the same thing I did. As soon as he showed me that, I was like, yeah, I'm ordering that today. So the next day I got it and I started using it. He asked me how it was making me feel, and I told him I was like, bro, my chest feel light as fuck right now, bro. Like full of like air, like natural air without anything else beyond. It's you know, and he
All
was like,
right, I
he
got you.
he literally told me he was like, wait till after a week, and it's already been after a week, and my chest feel lighter. You know what I'm saying? So, um,
Eh,
um, I'm actual a full blown testimony of this. So I would say literally, yeah, I smoke as well, and if you smoke, go ahead and get this. It'll actually help with your cravings as well. It'll break down your cravings as long as you don't intake alcohol. It'll break down your cravings.
and let me
Good.
say this real quick. Like, because they had our people putting on masks. The
Mhm.
mullein leaf will repair what they was trying to do. You know what I mean? The same way that y'all was just talking about that lotion, how I put that double berry and causes. That's basically us putting that mask on, basically. And how can I say it? Maybe did a little damage to the lungs by
Yeah.
us in taking our own oxygen. This mullein leaf will help it. It'll repair it.
Yeah. Appreciate that, man. Oh yeah, my wife. She started making like creams and face masks with the CMOS too. Organic face masks. They also help with eczema, fucking like damaged skin tissue. Oh, the wifey on deck with it, man. Like she all the way on board with this shit, dog.
Hey, send some to me so we can help promote and share it with everybody else and so
I
we can
got you, dog. I
bro.
got you, man. I was
You
like,
know,
that
I,
shit is it's like when I'm gonna say it like this. You can see how the pharmaceutical company took the natural things from this earth,
mm-hmm,
broke it down, added chemicals,
mm-hmm,
but they broke it down so much where it had little to no effect to us, and it keep us paying them as we die. And the reason why I think we're dying is because we're not intaking enough of what the earth provided for us because they done contaminated it.
mm-hmm.
Going back to that raw form, dog. That's what we supposed to be intaking, not this bullshit that they putting in pills and shit, dog. For real.
Mm-hmm.
Not even just that because you're correct. I just want to actually add on to that. When you're intaking things like caffeine through coffee and you're drinking that and you're actually seeing a difference within yourself, then there's something actually wrong that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
and you have to digest that information to understand what's actually going on when you're going through that substance and you're actually being sober, and the difference between it. Because if you're not, then you're just going to keep being a consumer and keep consuming coffee, and that's literally going to eat your way, and you don't really recognize that that's actually another form of cocaine.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a lot of things like that actually really cause a big difference, because a lot of people even say, oh, I need coffee, I wake up and I go get coffee. Oh, all the you don't need coffee. It doesn't matter if that's you don't need coffee.
You don't. It's like an addiction to people. It's because all the chemicals and the shit that they put in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's got people addicted. These people only care about money, dog. But I
Yeah.
wanted to tell Leonardo, man, bro, you was right, man. Like, for real. I want to tell you in your face that you was right about a lot of this shit, bro. And I'm glad I finally listened to your ass and decided to say, you know what, fuck it. You know, what harm it's going to do to at least try the shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's probably the best decision I made, man. For real. I feel better. Like, I don't know, man. I feel more energetic. You know, I don't feel sluggish. I started feeling sluggish recently. That shit is, it's like, I don't feel like that no more. You know what I'm saying? And the detail, you know, I tell you, I was going alkaline and stuff like that. So I slowly started transitioning over. You know what I'm talking about? So I feel the damn difference, bro. You was right, man. You was absolutely right, bro. And I hope a lot more people listen. I'm trying to be around for my kids, my nigga. I ain't trying to, you know what I'm talking about? I ain't trying to
Yep,
go out like that.
exactly.
Hey,
A
Dread.
sudden stroke or some shit.
Yeah, out of nowhere, just magically, just, you know, some fuck shit. Nah.
Hey,
And let me
Dread.
say this real quick,
Go ahead.
Chris.
Go ahead. No, you good. Go
Uh,
ahead. Go ahead, bro.
when I was eating meat, I was irritable. I was fucking tired all the time. Your bones ache. Once I left the fucking meats alone and started fucking with the herbs and the fruits and shit,
Mm-hmm.
my attitude became better. My digestive tract became better. And I became a better fucking person. I ain't evil. I'm more open minded. Oh man, it's a beautiful thing, bruh.
Yeah, I'm on the path, my brother. I'm on the path, man. Yes. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, man.
Yes.
Shit,
So like,
you, you,
go ahead.
that shit we was talking about. It's even a lot more smoother. We ain't straining and all that shit. Go ahead, Chris. My
Mm-hmm.
bad.
Oh, yeah, I'm with
Yeah, no, you good. So I came up, well, I didn't come up with, this salad, but I was describing this salad before I started making it myself, um, to Big Bro, and he told me to add a few things in it. And when I did that, um, I added that recipe to my weekly meal. So as I was consuming it for the over the past 2 weeks at that time, I started recognizing something that my stamina has been exceeding longer than has been. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do nothing. All I did was just literally just add a few things to the salad that that Big Bro just gave me tips on. And
you.
Big Bro, but I've been talking
Wait,
about this shit for I've been telling
Yeah,
about this shit for
I'm
a
trying to
long
figure out
fucking
whether
time.
you.
I'm like, bro,
Hey,
nigga.
that ginger root, couple other things.
Oh shit! I know what you talking about now, boy.
I was like, nigga, I ain't even know this shit. And bro, it's like literally, I have to have this salad every week, at least 2 to 3 times every week, and I make it every fucking week, bro. And every time, like my sex performance, bro. It,
Yeah,
nigga, bro, it's like, bro. I automatically start on autopilot. That's all I'm saying.
exactly.
That's crazy. God damn. I'm about scared to take it now, boy, because
Nah, bro,
man,
it's fun, bro. You gonna need
yeah,
Yeah,
it.
it'll be fun for me. Oh, it'll be fun for my partner.
shit. It's
I'm
gonna bring a
trying to
smile
tell
to
you.
everybody's face.
I'm
Yours
trying to
ain't
tell
hers.
you. I'm trying
Right.
to tell you. It's already, man. Look at
I'm telling Adrian, she just well,
see, hey, it's already without the salad. You
right.
know, this shit gonna get real hectic. But
Mm-hmm.
hey, you could say, yo, you can sneak me the recipe though. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can slide that recipe on to you, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, I remember he was telling me. He was telling about what is ginger root, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
And see, I already kind of knew a little bit about that ginger root because I watch a lot of like Japanese and Asian type films and shit because they talk about that kind of shit a lot too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they really deep into herbs and stuff a lot. You know, I don't know a lot of people. A lot of people might not know that, but the Asian culture, they into that kind of stuff.
The Indian culture also.
Yeah. I mean that you could say they
Playing.
pretty aligned. Yeah, they pretty aligned with one another. They both especially the Indian culture. But the Asian culture, man, they promote it a lot more. You know, over here we our corporation we live up on, they promote hamburgers and cheeseburgers and shit. You know. They in some Asian cultures, like when you look at what they eat over there and what they feed the kids, it's completely different.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about, bro. You can look up, type up, like Japan, even school meals, bro. That shit look like gourmet type
Let you
shit.
know. I can let you know.
Like they
they,
shit, dude.
they,
They
they,
eat
they do.
and they get to pick, bro. They literally get to pick what they eat for lunch. Look like all of it eat the same thing. If it's Pizza Thursday, everybody get no. They get to pick. Them niggas can eat sushi and shit if they want to for
Yeah.
free lunch, man.
Ramen. You know what I'm saying? They do ramens, they do kumbok lak lao, which is
Mm-hmm.
actually steak and rice, fresh cut coat and whatever you call it. They do they're different like you said,
Yeah, they
sushi.
heavy with the
They
vegetables
do
too.
they
Hell yeah.
the Brussels sprouts, onions, carrots,
Carrots, yep.
yep, down to the celery. Of course, they always have celery in their food as well. Um, um, they got a lot of shit, man. I'm telling you, I know down to when I go and I eat Vietnamese food or I eat Thai food, I know exactly where to go here. And I know where not to go because I lived in their home. So you will never see me go into a Vietnamese spot with no number on it. Point blank.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
always number their shit. That's one thing that you have to understand. They're very significant for their shit to differentiate from American food. So when you go to when you come to LA and you come into Koreatown, and you see a lot of Korean barbecue places or a lot of Korean places, it's like it looked like a cut in the corner like spot, but it's not. That shit might look grand. You go in that bitch, like no families of like rich families are in that motherfucker of the embassies of Koreatown is in there.
damn.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, them people
literally
don't
like
play,
that.
man.
It's literally like that. I've been to places. I'm just like, yo, like I didn't even know this was like, yeah, yeah, nigga, I'm not Korean, of course, nigga, I don't know, fuck. But you know what I'm saying, like, when you go and you step into some of these places and it's totally fucking different. Any Vietnamese place, you ain't got no fucking number on it. You don't see no goddamn real Vietnamese, like traditional Vietnamese person in there. You see an Americanized or fresh off the boat Vietnamese person in there. You see you see them in a Thai place. Same thing for the Korean. They don't bullshit. They do not. You will not see a fucking Korean in an old country buffet. You will not see a Chinese in an old country buffet. Like, you will not.
Nah, you won't.
You won't see them going to a fucking Church's Chicken.
Oh,
Goddamn
hell
KFC
nah.
if they still around. You won't see them going to a Fat Burger. You don't see them going to, like, the most that you might see an Asian person is maybe a McDonald's.
Yeah.
Maybe a fucking McDonald's or a Burger King. Not even Burger King at this point. But a McDonald's, you might see them at a McDonald's. Other than that, that's just to shut their kid up.
Yeah.
That's just to shut their kid. I've been there, bro. I've been there. It's just to shut their kid up. That's it. They want French fries and toys. That's it. Chicken nuggets and dipping sauce to make a mess. That's it. Other than that, bro, no, they are not doing any of that. And that's not something that they're gonna do every day. That's something that's gonna do maybe so often. Other than that, they got fruit, they got celery, carrots, ranch. No, you better go back and dip this in this dipping sauce and eat these goddamn vegetables and wait till we get home.
And then people be trying to figure out why these motherfuckers be like old as hell and still can do martial arts and all that. Man, that's why they diet. It's the diet, dog.
Facts.
They're really strict on that shit. That's how we gotta be, and we know where they get it from. We ain't gonna go there, but they learned a lot of that stuff from the natives too. Because a lot of people don't know there was a time period where a lot of Asian people came over to the U.S. too. You know what I'm saying? And we kind of mingle with these people, so I'm quite sure they picked up on a certain lifestyle and they stuck to it. We you know, this United Snakes of America, we didn't stick to our roots. We adapted.
Hey, Dreads. That's why I go hard against that Bible Belt and that religion shit, because they did a double whammy on us. They poisoned our stomach and they poisoned our mind.
That's how you conquer a civilization, and it's been working
for sure.
And not even just that. Even to add on what Drez was saying, we gotta understand. I keep bringing up that goddamn 1911 goddamn treaty. I keep telling y'all, when these Asians start coming over, so-called Asians, they're actually not even really Asian, because that's not even an Asiatic word.
Yeah.
So when to be exact, when the Chinese actually started coming over here, because the Chinese was the first to start coming over here. Chinese was coming over here, and then other parts of the so-called Asian community was coming over here, which after them, we already know which connected to them would be Japanese, right?
Japanese, yep.
Exactly. So when the Japanese start coming over here, and you can look this up, I'm dead ass serious. They started creating the American army, or the American nationalists started creating propaganda for Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
And they started this whole hatred and slavery and all bullshit, and started entrapping Japanese that was coming over here, and started putting them into small camps and all this other bullshit. Just like they was doing.
I remember that.
Thank you.
I remember looking that up, man. They had them people fucked all the way
up, bro. That shit was fucked up, bro.
I'm like, God damn. They you might always say they was like the second class niggas.
Yup. Facts.
They was like right above us.
Facts. And the crazy thing is, now to this day, you will see a lot of Chinese would throw a lot of discrimination against Japanese still now to this fucking day. And
Yeah, they still
I've
do.
seen that shit since the point I came in California, because there's a lot of all of them here. Them Chinese, they don't fuck with Japs, they don't fuck
They
with
don't.
Koreans, bro. They don't fuck with none of them motherfuckers. They fuck with straight Americans, bro. And these American motherfuckers be drugging these little motherfuckers up.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy is that you speaking facts, right? But you notice that they only talk about like black on black crime, like or you know, we are racist against dark skin versus light skin, but they act like it's not happening everywhere else. Nigga, you got North Korea versus South Korea. Like how more fucking not anti-racial, but how infighting can you be? Nigga, that's North versus the South, literally. Then you got Japanese versus China. Like Chinese, like what the fuck? Like this ain't just us. The American, look, bro, these people know how to create an environment where people will kill their own, man. That is sad.
Exactly. And bro, I've said this shit a long time. I was like, it's crazy that these motherfuckers had these own motherfuckers going against each other and still calling all these motherfuckers the same group of people.
Yeah.
So I said, all y'all motherfuckers that go by Asian, you are no different than African American or anybody that call himself black. I don't give a fuck what your family got over there or what money you can transfer through your visa. If you go by Asian here, bitch, you just degraded yourself to a nigga. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they did, man.
Fucking blank. You degraded yourself to a straight nigga. And the crazy thing that they got the same land over a smaller version of the land that fucking that is majority of Korea, South Korea, and North Korea. I've been to fucking Korea, bro. Like I've been to Korea. It is crazy over there, bro.
Yeah, man.
It is
amazing.
Fucking crazy. And a lot of people don't even, bro. The only reason why I've been to Korea because I wanted to motherfucking travel and I wanted to shop. That's it. Korea got every motherfucking thing America got and everything. Like everywhere else got.
Yep.
The only reason why I went over there is because the lady of MCM was becoming the motherfucking brand ambassador of MCM because she was the top 20 businesswomen of I guess in the world or in the world or something like that. And she was bringing the brand over there. And this was before MCM is what it is now. So a lot of people don't even know that MCM actually is originally German, but now it's Korean because she bought it.
Damn.
They don't know that though. They don't know that though. And MCM now got outlets and stores and shit. Manufacturers across like between like 10 to 16 different countries. Man, these motherfuckers are moving, bro. They're moving. Just along with these other motherfuckers. And the reason why, and that's why I always bring up this motherfucking treaty that these Chinese motherfuckers had with Americans, because after that, Koreans motherfucking came with the treaty with America.
Yeah.
You can't bring a Korean and American treaty before 1911. If you do, let me know and I'll back my motherfucking word and I'll say you got it. I might even throw you a cash app. Let me know. Let me know. This is what they say. This is what they say.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
they love them treaties too, don't they? All that treaty, that treaty.
But didn't they fail on damn near every fucking treaty they had, bro. Even with the Moroccan treaty, they fucked them over, and they still under that shit. Like, everything is peaches and cream.
Yeah, the only treaty I think stayed intact was the Antarctic Treaty.
Antarctic treaty, but all of them have it. Thank you.
That's the only notice
Only
that
one.
right out of every treaty that we done had, the only one that ever stayed intact is the Antarctic Treaty. That speaks volumes to me. There's a reason why that treaty never been broken, bro.
Same here, my brother.
With the United Nations.
You're right.
All the nations have a treaty agreeing to the same motherfucking stipulation with the bullshit that we cannot trespass, go across, or investigate or forseek that land.
Yep. And then they doing everything in their power to block the damn sun to keep that shit from melting too. They know what time it is, bro.
That and I think what they're trying to do is because I think that other sun that's outside of that motherfucking ring tries to show itself every once in a while when eclipses and shit starting to happen. And they trying to make sure that they trying to make us seem like our regular sun is actually being blocked by that eclipse. But I don't think our regular sun has anything to do with any eclipse. You know why? Because it always sets before the eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
So what is this other sun that's coming or being blocked from the eclipse? I think these motherfuckers trying to defer everybody else from this other sun that's coming into our not hold on, slow down, Chris. Not our solar system. That's coming into our
realm?
It's in our realm, so it's in our visibility. So it's this other sun that we have an understanding that may be coming out, maybe from from the flat Earth theory and stuff, but it's making sense when an eclipse happen because our initial sun is already set when the eclipse is happening. So where's this other sun that's coming from that's being blocked that's also giving off light to us?
Mm-hmm. See, don't forget too, like what I think a lot of people don't know is like we just entered a new age. And I think because our plane operates like a clock, it shifts into this new age and we move a little bit. They even came out recently. I did some research on it. They came out recently and said that the North Pole is shifting. North Pole ain't shifting. I think the plane is shifting. So right. I just discovered recently that what we consider our ice wall, it moves, it melts and refreezes. And as we shift, the part that used to be frozen melts, and when it melts, it unveils new land. And I think that's why they're trying to prepare and jump ahead of it before it starts to melt. Because let's think about it, man. If new land started to show up, and we know about it, all we will actually have to do is leave from up under the clutches of these people. They would no longer have control over us. People would leave this tirade government, even people that actually follow the government. If enough people leave, it's just like sheep. They will follow just to fucking follow. They will lose all control. It'd be hard to keep everybody under their clutches, and they're not gonna release their prisoners. It's as simple as that. Another landmass that's bigger than the United States. How the hell you gonna govern all of them? Man, shit.
Hey, Dred, check this out. A question of what you said. According to what they said. So check this out. So if the North Pole shifted, then that means gravity itself shifted, right?
Apparently.
That's all I wanted to say. That's it.
But see, and that's the thing too. Their explanation is fugazi. But see, I understand what the symbolism into what is actually happening. Like I say, when you enter a new age actually shift the plane itself, not just the North Pole. It's the plane. You feel me? I wish I could like visually show you. It'd be easier to explain.
No, I can
So
understand. I can understand
so
you.
when so what we're into the age of what is it, the age of Aquarius, I think, right?
Right? Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Aquarius.
We're still in
into
Aquarius. Yeah.
right. So what is the age after that? What is that? What is after Aquarius?
Is it Aries? No, not
Aries.
I think it might be Aries. Hold on.
Sagittarius.
No.
Cancer.
No. I can't. Cancer is end of
June.
June. End of June. Yeah. I think we're still in Cancer right now. Actually,
Yeah, we're in Cancer, right?
yeah, we're in Cancer right now. Yeah.
Right. Check this shit out. This is some
I
deep
think it
shit.
might. I think it might be Aries.
Okay, see, Sagittarius, age is
Now Aries is April, ain't it?
No. I ain't talking of. See, that's what a lot of people don't know, bro. I've been doing some deep ass research. A lot of people thought that when they talk about ages, when they talking about like ages, like Pisces and March, and that shit is man made, bro. That is not real. That shit is fake, bro.
Fake as hell.
The actual age clock, or the age or the date, is actually like our real clock. It's not like a month or anything like that. It's like if you pull up the oldest clock.
Okay, hold on.
That shit it's gonna fuck you up, bro.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
Bro.
it had like three or a bunch of different. How can I put it?
The oldest clock in the world.
Yeah, it had a bunch of different. Not chambers or circles.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Leonardo, the damn flat Earth is in there. It's
Yeah, I
like
got you,
really
yeah.
one of the circles is the flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
But when you pull up the
Yeah,
oldest clock in the world, the actual constellations is
That's what I was
actually
trying to say. The constellation.
bro. The constellations is
They had a
actually
clock for the
time.
constellation.
Is it this one, Dreads?
It's actually time. I can't see it. Hold on. Yeah, you found, bro. Look at where the number's supposed to be. It's the fucking constellations. The constellation is time, bro.
It's time. Yeah.
It's time. And if you look at the clock, I don't know if you can blow that bitch up. You see the flat Earth in the center?
Yeah.
I've
already seen that. Yeah, right here.
This shit
Right here.
fucked me up. It's got the flat Earth. So look at the ring. Look at the outer ring. That's
The constellation. The constellation is right here. I mean, well, according to the zodiac is right here. We got the flat Earth right in here. We got the sun right here. We got a moon right here.
Bro, that's the oldest clock. Now look at the ring, and look at
the big ring.
The outside, the yellow.
Yeah.
If you look at the outside ring, right, and if you see where how the sun circles around that's what's keeping us warm. Yeah. So what the scientists, the center will be considered the actual true north, not the North Pole, but the true north which is in the center, right? Check it. Mm-hmm. So if you look at the location of the ring, that ring itself is what's going to shift over. It's going to shift southwest. The whole ring is going to move over. Guess what's going to happen once the ring shifts? The whatever that was melted at one point, like what we see that we could travel, all that's going to freeze up because the sun is going to shift with us. That's why they have something called the Ice Age. The Ice Age, well, the movie Ice Age was fictional characters and stuff like that, but that was a real thing. So when we talk about a reset and things like that, we're talking about lands that at once was frozen, melted. Basically, what we're living at right now used to be completely under ice, just like the Antarctic or the ring. It used to be frozen here right now. And what we're seeing, that ring goes all the way around this clock as it enters a new age. It shifts every age. But the reason why a lot of people might not believe it is because they don't understand how the life clock works. See, we enter a new age every 2,160 years. So by the time we enter a new age, we're gonna be done die. We'll be dead by then. You see what I'm saying? Or ancestors they been died. You know, so many people been died in 2,100 years. It takes so long for us to enter an age. But the problem is that for some odd reason, we're gonna be alive entering into a new age, bro. That means that we're going to see a new ice age, not the whole entire United States. It don't work like that. The shift is not that big. So now we're kind of like facing the ring is facing like you would say more or less southeast almost. It's not all the way at 6 o'clock, you know where the 6 would be at.
Yeah.
It's not all the way 6 o'clock. But when we shift to a new age, it's gonna that whole entire ring is gonna move southwest. So the ring is gonna move, and everything outside of that ring is actually frozen. It's all ice. That's why when you go to Antarctica or whatever, you see miles and miles and miles of ice, bro. But what a lot of people don't know is underneath that ice is where you find land. So once we shift, the sun going to stay with us. It's going to shift with us. And now that sun is going to be shining over new ice, which is going to melt that ice now. So we're going to have ice melting, and behind us, we're going to have water freezing. And it makes a full circle. It takes 26,000 years to make a full circle. They call it the God clock. So for us, for God or the creator, we ain't gonna say God because we know that's bullshit, but the creator. So for the creator, 1 year, that means that ring goes all the way around this clock. One full circle for the creator is every 26,000 years. So 26,000 years is only 1 year for the creator, bro. That's crazy.
Say that again. Hold on.
A full year for the creator is over 26,000 years. 26,000 of our years is really only 1 year for our creator. Every age is 2,160 years. We're already in 2020, but we know they played that. We knew this is how I knew that they was lying. See, that's why they coming out saying that the poles is shifting, bro. This whole realm is shifting, my nigga.
But which means it say we don't even last 1 year as our so-called creator.
No, we don't. Hell no. We're not even a fraction of that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? You know. So what a lot of people were suggesting, and I kind of fall on the lines of this, when we talk about the Great Reset, they talking about a fucking flood and all this crazy shit. I mean, the only way, well, I mean, I guess you could say when the ice do start melting, the sea level will rise. I mean, that's common sense. But I don't think it's gonna it wipe the people out or nothing like that. Yeah. But we do have, it's gonna be a time where it's gonna start freezing up. You know, they playing with us. They talking about climate change. I mean, it's getting harder, but we noticed we started breaking records when it's with the cold and not the heat. It's getting colder, not hotter. You know, so these motherfuckers are trying to play games. They're like, oh yeah, the North Pole.
Yeah. Look at that Texas shit. Dred, look at that Texas shit. My bad.
No, you good. But if you look at this clock though, and that's what I keep telling people, that that zodiac sign and all that, man-made, that they put that upon us. That shit is fugazi. It's actually a clock. It's not no significant month or none of that, dude. It's actually time, and it's not only a clock, but it's also a map. They use the same constellations to travel. They use the constellations to travel. Right now, what age is this? Let me see if this is old, so I don't know what it said the age was back then, but we still should be in the same age though. But yeah, every 2,160 years we enter a new age, And what they're saying is that, yeah, bro, apparently we're the lucky ones. We're gonna actually witness the shift of a new age, because shit, millions of people is not gonna see that. Never seen it and won't see it. But we're gonna shift before we leave this motherfucker. Us entering a new age, we're gonna still be around for that. And I don't know what's gonna happen, but that's what a lot of not a lot of people, but that's what a lot of people are actually suggesting. But scientists are trying to give us scientism to explain it away, So this shit is crazy, bro. This shit is crazy. That's the only thing I fuck with right now. That clock right there, bro. And it even got the flat earth in the motherfucker. And you see it got multiple rings too. It's multiple rings in that bitch. And the ring, the yellow ring, all that it goes clockwise. Every time it shifts, every 2100 years, that bitch shift. They just keep shifting it all until make a complete cycle. And it takes, like I said, it takes 26,000 years to make a complete cycle. So right now, let's think about it, right? How many times have a reset have taken place if we're almost at 6 o'clock? You see what I'm saying? So if we do the math, and I thought, and when I say that we're a very young species, that kind of solidify that, because I don't know. I mean, how long have we been here since the last fucking shift? You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people, if they didn't move while everything was shifting over, their ass got fucked.
The sister Latifah Miller is saying the clock is showing the zodiac, not the ages.
Yeah, I said zodiacs. What sign we're in?
Yeah, we're in Aquarius, and she said we're just like the other brother said, we're going into Capricorn after this.
And like I said, scientists are trying to tell us it's the fucking North Pole, and they even said that you can look this up. They even said that the North Star.
Yeah,
they're saying that that's gonna, for the first time, it's not gonna be aligned like it used to be. It's gonna shift as well. I'm like, nah, nigga, that motherfucker ain't moving. We are this time. That motherfucker ain't moving, bitch. We are, So they got this whole like explanation and this scientism explanation on why everything is kind of shifting and shit. But they're trying to keep their bullshit lie intact with these bullshit explanations.
right.
But yeah, man, that shit is deep though, man. It's real deep. But yeah, that's how our ancestors used to travel, and I think that's how our ancestors was able to find these lands too, by using the stars. We know the stars is a map. We understand that, And what's creepy though? Now this is probably what's gonna solidify if it's all mythology, all theories. Because I'm still like, okay, it makes a little more sense to me, but and I need that's something to solidify that, So if we shift like they claim, you do understand what that means, right? We finally will see. We're gonna see new zodiacs. I mean, excuse me, not zodiacs. Excuse me, constellations.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna see
which
different
zodiacs after.
Right, will produce the zodiacs. Right. So if that happened, bro, it's over. It's over, because we see the same shit every single night, dog.
Yeah.
And we've been saying that from the time we were born until now today. But if we shift, they're saying we're gonna actually start seeing. We're gonna see a different sky, bro. and we're gonna see that new sky, and it's gonna be that way for another 2,160 years, bro, until we move into a new age. And that's why we see that. Supposed to be the explanation of why we see the same constellations every night, is because when we're in an age, we don't move. Everything above us still continue to move, but we don't. You understand? But when that shift happens, it's the only time we actually move. But it takes so long to move. You're gonna see for your lifetime, unless you one of the lucky ones, that's alive around the time of the shift, or very near of the time of the shift. You're gonna see a different constellation. So that's why a lot of people not a lot of people. That's why I'm asking about. I asked this one question: where are all the maps that date back more than 2,160 years ago? We have none, because if we're correct about what we're saying, especially connecting these dots, those maps will be different. The constellations will be different, because those maps will be a representation of the old age. See, all the maps that we have now is younger than the 2,100 years. All of them. You're not going to pull up a map that's, what I'm saying, you're not that represent what would be considered the old age. Because if you look at our maps now, you see they even named them after the zodiac. Like literally, they name all the maps after the zodiac. Even the one that I use, the David Ramsey. I'm about to hold on, I'm pull it up right now.
I know what you're talking about. Don't
Even
the what was it, the Seven Kings or whatever.
Yeah, even that map shows it. That one in all maps they all say it. Hold on. Let me tell you exactly what it says. And that thing messed me up. And it's always around the equator. Let me see if I can find it here. I think they all say Capricorn or something like that.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Shout out to Raphael in the building. What's going on, brother? Me familiar. Salute.
Grand Rising family, Grand Rising to everybody. Much love.
What it do?
Chilling, man. Just waking up.
I forgot.
Yeah, that's what I said. I woke up like fuck.
My brother, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm getting my day started.
But yeah, I think they all say Capricorn and something else. And that basically is like it's a depiction of what age the map was created during that age, and that's why they all have that's they all say Capricorn. So what we're asking, where are all the Pisces maps during the Pisces age? Where are those maps? You're not gonna find them. Or the Taurus.
Or the Libras.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're not gonna find it. They're all the maps that we have is from this age. And even when you look at like I think when we was discussing this when I was talking about this like a couple of days ago, how the Chinese government discovered the Atlantis, where they claimed Atlantis was at. They actually found it, and it's underwater though. And what they found, like near the city. Now we're not talking about Atlantis like, oh, they found this little island and that was it. No, these motherfuckers found a city, bro. And I don't know if some people know how large cities are. We're not talking about a county. They found the whole city underwater.
Where they
and
found
within it was between, I think it was between Australia and some other country.
Exactly. Australia and America.
I think, yeah, they found it's like right in the center, and they
Exactly. I've been telling everybody that's where fucking Lumeria is, because when you find fucking Atlantis, you find Lumerians. Lumerians goddamn produce Atlanteans.
Yeah. And guess what else they found underwater within the city?
What?
A pyramid.
Oh shit.
Now you already know how I feel
Oh
about them,
I know.
but
Yeah, we
I don't
killed
know
it.
how. Yeah, but how the hell did they build out the water though?
I just want to know right now, as you said that, how did a pyramid sink?
Could it be?
That's what I want
Could
to
that
know.
give more validation to the mud floods?
What? That island sunk in the middle of the ocean?
No, that you have sunken cities.
I mean, rising the ocean, the leveling of the ocean rising is one thing. Mud floods is something else, I think. I mean, because I mean, they already say that you can have a hurricane. If a hurricane is strong enough to hit, like, let's say the Bahamas will be underwater. Like literally, it was sinking. You understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I look at those are two different things. Now, me personally, like I said, when it comes to mud floods, if the only way I can like go all the way with that is I would have to see some remains,
Yeah.
something, where all the dead bodies. There should be bodies all under the mud, and they done dug up under this shit, and nobody found a damn skeleton nowhere
No,
because the mud would protect it from the weather and all the shit that makes it decay.
yeah, and you know what you're saying is so true, because if that was the case, wouldn't we be finding dinosaurs every fucking day?
Every day, everywhere.
I got,
Everywhere.
I
You
got,
got a lot of land, Dre.
I got,
You got to have a Tyrannosaurus Rex in your
I
Man,
got,
backyard.
I got
I got,
T-Rexes, fucking saber-tooth tigers.
I got something to say, and I mean it's may not be a more on the prehistoric side, but I just want to say I have Lumerian crystals. So if I have Lumerian crystals and Lumeria was sunken, where the fuck did goddamn my Lumerian crystals come from?
Africa. Let me stop.
I, I mean, have you
Actually,
had them tested?
actually, yes.
Yeah.
Actually,
Hmm.
me familiar, you're actually spot on.
Oh shit, I am.
Yeah, actually, it's from a small part in India that's actually located damn near that would be Africa,
Oh
but
shit.
I mean, I would say Africa, but yeah, you're pretty much right.
Oh shit, that was just me talking shit.
Sometimes we be so smart we can just play around and get this shit right. I mean, it happens.
Yeah, it happens.
I don't know.
I wish a NASA could do that. Yeah.
Man.
Oh man.
Shit, I'm in NASA land living here in Orlando. Everywhere I go, it's something about NASA. So annoying.
Bro, I can't even see a NASA t-shirt, nigga. I might take the shit off of a little teenager, bro.
Bro, you're gonna see that a lot here in Orlando. Watch. Mad niggas be wearing NASA like they work for them niggas.
Damn.
And I walk around with my flat earth shirt proud, nigga. Waiting for one of these niggas to talk to me.
Why not? Shit, I be looking for smoke. I just can never really get it. They be scared, man.
I mean, the one thing I do kind of like is the fact that I'm a vet, and a lot of people try to talk to me about 4th of July on 4th of July. I'm pretty sure y'all imagine how that conversation will go.
Yeah.
I mean, for the simple fact, I just be like, I actually really be simple and plain with it. I really don't go over the top with it. I just tell them straight up, I'm from the land. My family's from the land. And who gives you an independence when you're actually from the land? Um, the date wasn't brung upon of all Americans. The actual date was brung upon the people that came here that established themselves as a point of freedom when they was under a point of servitude under their own people.
Hmm.
Hmm.
There you go.
So let's start. Yeah. So actually, when you start going deep into that, you start touching people's soul and oh no, this is Star Spangled Banner bullshit. Da, 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 da. Like, so you didn't. So and then when I go in to say, hey, well, sir, do you know what an indenture servitude is? Do you even know when they were even here or whatever? Do you even know why that was even brung here? Do you even know the laws that was put on the of the forefathers of the land from the people that was that came here that so claimed that they found this land? There was already laws and constitution and things that was already established. Do you even realize that or even understand that? So if you don't understand that, then you wouldn't understand that none of you found this land. You didn't find no land. You stumbled across something that was already owned. So we have to um re um what would be the word? We would need to reflect on the terms of what would you would say history, and not go according to your words, because your words is plummeting and slavery, and that actually really kind of didn't happen in accordance to into what you put it to. Because let's understand, still when you came to our country you still didn't know how to wipe your ass.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm looking at TV now, man. These motherfucking white people looking like monkeys without hair. I'm sorry. I had to say that shit.
You dead ass wrong for that, man.
You
That's
said
fucked
monkeys
up.
without hair.
You said monkeys without
That's
hair.
fucked up, dog.
Like those like those cats without hair.
Hey, the OG don't
That's
give
what
a
they look
fuck,
like.
dog.
Like a fucking a Stimpy.
Man said
They
monkey without hair.
looking like a Stimpy right now. You no head, just straight skin. Hey
Just look like the motherfucker. I'm just saying, I had to
yo,
see that shit.
I ain't gonna
hey yo,
lie now. It
hey,
is some questionable shit going on, especially after that shit I've been doing a little research on them. They do look like they been. I don't know. I think they starting to tell on themselves with this how they came about and shit, bro. Like for real, there's some things pointing towards them kind of engineering. Or I'll get into that shit later. But go ahead, Chris. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
nah, you cool, you cool. Nah, go ahead, finish what you're gonna say, brother. It's all
Yeah,
good.
man. No, to be like I've been like like so. There's a time period, right? Well, allegedly, there was like nobody like around, like even in the
Right.
1800s, right? And then
Hmm.
there was a, a just explosion of a population of people just filling the cities up, and they was Europeans or whatever. But in these I'm talking about some of the oldest pictures that you could pull up. They're all adults. There's no children nowhere to be found, right? They're all adults. They're all dressed exactly alike. They're all dressed in all black. And we talking like the 1840s. All black, dressed exactly the same, men and women. No children, no animals except horses and a carriage. And then they saying that the population was like 20,000 maximum, and they're migrating into a city that's already constructed, a city that's already built up that can hold millions of people though. So they move in, right? And then out of 20,000 people within the same year, you have a bust of magical, a fluctuation of over 100,000 children, orphanages, and premature babies, and all this shit just out of nowhere. I'm sorry. 20,000 motherfuckers. And especially if we're talking about the majority of older aged people are not going to produce 100,000 plus kids, my nigga, within a year. There's something off about that to me.
That's
And
a lot of
then
fucking.
that's a lot of fucking, but let's be real, Europeans don't reproduce that fast.
Nope.
They don't. And I'm not trying to throw shade on them. That's like a genetic fact. They do
Well, he
not.
ain't. I will. I'll throw shade on the motherfucker.
But I'm just speaking facts, though. They do not reproduce. I mean, people can say they're smart and all that. No, they reproduce. Why you think that there's an abortion clinic in all of our neighborhoods, but they have a fertility clinic in all of theirs?
Yeah.
Let's be realistic here.
See, I mean, hold
There's
on.
a fertility clinic in their neighborhoods, but it's an abortion clinic in ours, in Hispanic and Black neighborhoods. Let's keep it all the way real. They're trying to find ways to produce while they're trying to find ways to slow down our reproduction. Let's keep it real. These are natural facts.
I hate when people try to put like they so fucking smart. No, they not.
Yeah,
They
no elders
dumb.
too. Yeah.
They actually dumb as fuck. So when I be like, like, and I'll be turning that bullshit energy down, and motherfuckers be bringing them up. I'm like, no, they not that smart. If you think that somebody is going to give you the truth and turn around and give you the tools to break this shit the fuck down, that's not smart.
It's
These
dumb.
motherfuckers gave us the history and then gave us everything to break this shit the fuck. That's not smart. You just literally put a rat on a fucking trap and say, hey, if you pluck this part away, you ain't gotta worry you ain't gotta worry shit about the trap. That's what these niggas literally just did to us.
Oh,
Reasons why we're sitting here breaking the shit down. And this is not the first time. This is not the second time. This is not the first year. This is not the second year. We've been breaking this shit down. So if these motherfuckers give us the goddamn truth and da-da-da-da, why motherfuckers ain't breaking these motherfucking shit down? These niggas is not that fucking smart, man. Go ahead, bro.
Chris, let me say this real quick, because I was just thinking about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, how can I put it? Damn, I lost it that quick.
Before you go, the sister Latifah Miller is on the panel. What's going on, sister? Salute to you. Salute to the fam. Appreciate
Peace
you
to
coming.
the guys. How y'all guys doing?
Grand rising, sister.
How you
OG,
doing?
you mind if I go real quick?
Go ahead, sister. Anytime.
Okay. I just jumped on to tap into what the brother was saying as far as when me and him talked before about them populating in the 1800s. And I just wanted to add one thing that y'all could look up. Coney Island during that time, and you'll see that they had infant incubators as
Incubator babies. You talking about the incubator
Yeah, that's
babies?
what I was.
I
Yeah,
can
that's
tell
what I
you.
was
you
talking
normally
about.
breed, I know you guys are educated, I know, but just to add to the conversation, when you normally breed, a baby is not an attraction, right? If you normally just have dogs aren't really like an attraction, especially in a human capacity. Who would want to just go and look at babies? Because it wasn't something normal with whatever this is that we're talking about, right? It's
Yeah, I was
something
just talking about
abnormal
that
for them.
tonight
Yeah.
in my live stream. I was just talking about that. Go ahead, sister.
That's it. I just wanted to tap in with you
No,
guys. You
she's
know, I'm
right.
talking with y'all, but y'all can't see me in the chat like that.
Go ahead, brother.
Can I say something about that? Okay, so with the incubator babies, we know upon the the research that we did, they put the incubator babies on display for money because they needed to gain money to keep the installation of the incubator babies established and
The
keep
prop
running, right?
keep them
So
alive.
so they put them on display for money and stuff. But my main thing about these incubator babies is where I have a problem is this was established in what year?
Like in the 1840s,
Right, okay. About mid
mid
1800s, right?
1800s.
Mid
Yeah.
1800s, right? So, are we saying that since coming upon or stumbling upon this information that babies that were that were what's the fucking goddamn word? Oh my god. Pre
Premature.
Premature, thank you. Premature babies weren't born before this point, or they was born a little bit before this point and they weren't actually surviving until this point, because I'm pretty sure beyond life at this point there already been premature babies. So these motherfuckers are not the saviors of premature babies,
You gotta
because
Yeah,
they
they
remember.
had
learned the
already
science when
had
they came here. Yeah, it was probably already in
But see
existence,
that
and they just
right,
moved
right,
it
right.
over there. Yeah.
let's
Right.
ask let's ask
So,
the
so, so,
oh
so,
go ahead.
so, yeah. So there was already premature babies established within even the world, all across the world. Not even just here. Let's just say all across the world. So when they came with this thing, what were they actually doing? Because
I would say
when you look up the research for the incubator babies, there are no black incubator babies. There's only white European incubator babies. So what were they doing? We got to tap in. Let's tap in. Go ahead, bro.
I I think it's deeper than that. My question would be this: where
Mhm.
the hell did all these babies come from?
That
Yeah,
part.
Be-
they breed. Even when they talk about like Hitler and them, they
Yep.
talk about how they was just letting those girls get pregnant. They would just drop their babies off. They're different than us. You see our babies strapped to us. They will just have the babies and leave them. We don't do that.
Can
It's
I
a
show you?
breeding
but see,
program.
Can I
but
show y'all
see,
a
no,
picture
no,
of?
no. See, hold on. Let me
Go ahead.
clarify something. See, during the early 1800s and the late 1800s, when we talking about babies that are being left, you're talking about orphanage kids. You're talking about unwanted kids. There was
No,
a
that's not
no,
what
no,
I
no,
was
listen,
talking
no,
No,
about.
no,
I'm
no,
talking
no.
about those
Listen to what I'm saying.
infants.
No,
he's
That
right.
those
wasn't an
babies, no, don't
infant just
hold
came
on,
out of
hold
their
on, hold on.
mother. That's not
No,
an
listen to
orphan.
what I'm no, listen to what I'm saying. We're talking about the same timestamp. We're not talking about two different times. There was a fluctuation of parents or mothers that was abandoning their children. Those are the infants. In the same
Mhm,
time, they even built facilities for these
mhm.
infants, right? Now, when we talk about incubator babies, these are not children that was left, but for some odd reason, you cannot find the parents. That's why I asked where the babies come from. And you have to also keep in mind, we're talking about a population of only 20,000 people, mainly, and it was more women than men even at that time. A lot of these men was middle aged, and you don't see too many elders, but most of these men are middle aged men, and even the women, a lot of them was middle aged women. We're talking about when they first migrated in. They came in with no children at all.
Oh,
20,000
exactly.
people. And we're talking maximum population. In some areas, there was only 4,000 to 6,000 people. You're not going to have a boom of over 90,000+ infants running around when your population is that small. It's just not going to happen, and not that small period of time. So these incubator babies, if you zoom in, if you pull it up, zoom in on these alleged incubators. These incubators, right?
I literally got you because I wanted to bring up
Right.
the way this dude is even holding up these infant like hold on,
You're
actually
holding them up like they're not humans. You're holding them up
exactly.
like
Check this
they're
out. Check this out.
items or
Check this out.
objects.
Check this out. Here you go.
And
It's
look
right
how
up
they
there.
look.
Yeah,
Right there.
yeah.
There you go. He's
So
holding them up like they're nothing, like
like
they're
like the
not even
sideshow
alive or
freaks.
anything.
And you got to remember, on even what else? You know what else they advertise on the same billboard as incubator baby? If you look to the left, right on one of them, it say eugenics,
Eugenics.
and we know what eugenics is. What I'm suggesting is, and when you zoom in on the incubators themselves, them incubators did nothing at all. They was just boxes. They were just boxes. They you notice none of the kids had tubes running into them. You have no IVs. You have nothing connected to the child.
Oh, hey, bro,
Nothing.
can I break the incubator down?
Yeah.
Okay, so the incubator is basically is giving a small base of what the actual air is actually giving, but in a controlled air-based system. So basically, the incubator have an influctuation of the air going in and the air going out. That is it.
What about the heat?
That's it. It's nothing is see nothing else have anything to do with an incubator. It has nothing to do with heat. It has nothing to do with cooling. It has nothing to do with anything else but air going in and air going out. Why? So they can monetize the air going in and going out for the so-called baby. But that's the only that's bullshit. That's only
Right, because
saying where
if you look at an incubator today, you're gonna see all type of tubes, IVs. They're gonna be hooked up. You're gonna have They're gonna be monitoring. That's why I say when you look at an incubator in the past, you can clearly see that that was a front. They called it an incubator, but it did nothing. They had these. I think these were test tube babies or clones or something
Clones, yeah.
sinister going on with these alleged children. Because again,
actually
when you don't have a fluctuation of children, when you have a society of a small society of adults going from one place to the next, they did not bring kids with them. They just these people, and then you got to ask where them people came from. You know, they just came in magically to a place that was already pre-built.
Right. I mean, and then you have to ask yourself, how many incubator babies do you know?
Right.
Not one. I don't know
Right.
one. I'm in my 30s. I'm in my mid 30s. I don't know. I don't know not one. I'm an 80s baby. I don't know not one. I'm sorry.
No, I
And you
mean
know
that's
what?
true.
And hold on. Check this out. Check this out. I'm from New York, born and raised New York, from Queens, lived in Brooklyn. This operation is from Coney Island in New York, literally where I go to say, hey, let's ride a roller coaster. Let's
Right.
get some goddamn cotton candy. Let's get some popcorn, play some fucking fair games. You know what I'm saying?
But
Like, this is where I'm from. Like, I
right.
know, you know
The
what I'm saying?
sister
Go ahead,
said something that I said in my stream that I did last night, right?
bro.
And it's a very important question that she asked. Why was there paying to go see a bunch of babies as if they never seen babies before? That's like
Right.
right now, why the fuck would I go to a museum to see a fucking apple when I could go to the grocery store and buy one?
Exactly.
There's something eerie about this, and people are paying to go see babies as if they like it's something new. You know, when you go to a museum, people go and pay to see mummy bones because you don't just walk outside and see a fucking mummy wrapped up. You understand? That's that. You see what I'm saying? Or dinosaur bones. As much as we can say they're fake, it's still something people are not accustomed to seeing. So they will pay to see it. Nobody is going to pay for something that they're accustomed to seeing. So why was these people so infatuated with
Right.
babies when they can have their own damn babies?
When we leave the babies home, we don't want to go and see another baby. That wouldn't be
Like
an
that's
attraction.
weird, right? That's
Yeah.
weird.
Hey, I want to jump down another rabbit hole that we were in earlier for just 1 second, and we can get back to this.
They're
You know what I
monkey
mean?
people.
That religious hole. You know, they say they took our shit from over there, our writings from over there, and using them against us. You know, them writings from over there, they ain't ours. That's them African writings. They don't have nothing to do with over here. You see what I'm saying?
I go deeper than that. I think I don't even think that's African writers. I think that's European writers, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Like
Because
Chris always talk about that what do you call it? That cryptic shit.
yeah,
Yeah.
I still think they wrote that shit because let me tell you something. And you, I don't. This is not a coincidence. This is some eerie shit, right? When you look at the drawings in Egypt, when you look at the structures over there in alleged ancient Greece, Roman, and even some places here in the United States, there's something really strange going on because my question is this: why the fuck is everybody dressed exactly the same? Everybody. If you look at all the painters in Africa, have you ever noticed that everybody's wearing that same skirt, or the women are wearing the same exact dress? When you look at some of the oldest pictures of when they was migrating to the United States, every suit that males wore was the exact same suit, and every dress that all the women wore was the exact same dress. When you go to ancient Rome, they all was half naked, but they all wore the same thing. And when you fast forward today, if you notice what they preach the most is what? Individuality. Because apparently they didn't have it back then. But to me, that reminds me of a place like prison. You notice everybody in jail wear what? The exact same clothes.
Yeah,
If
that's
you
an
don't, if
important point to look at
yo, if,
because I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
and
I thought
I'm
you
gonna
were
say this
done.
last. No, I'm gonna say this last thing. I'm gonna give it to you. You know who else wear the exact same clothes? Occultists. All the Freemasons. They all wear the exact same hoodie. Freemasons. They all wear the same exact clothing. But go ahead.
Yeah. I just was gonna say, they speak about the colors of the so-called ancient world. The vibrant blues and the vibrant purples. That represented royalty and things like that. So where would those colors be when we're looking back in time? Because if it's a variation, even if it's in black and white, you should see the variation. You know what I mean? In the grays, or at least, but they clearly just all really in black.
Mm-hmm. That's a good. Yeah, that's thought provoking right there. You just threw something. Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right.
Yeah, especially like the Phoenicians. Remember, they supposed to have been known for being able to create that blue from them clams or whatever, right? That special
Mm-hmm.
ink they had. So where would this be represented or
Right,
represented
right.
rather? Yeah.
You done gave me some more homework now. Uh-oh. I will be doing some research on that and a little more thorough research on that because you on the money with that one. 'Cause even in black and white, you will clearly still see it. It will come out dark either way it go. A very dark light color. Um, but yeah, but me and Chris, we already debunked the whole Egypt thing, Africa thing with the paint outside and all that. Hey brother, nobody has debunked that yet.
Nobody. I'm pretty sure because I've been coming through it and motherfuckers be like, "Oh yeah, this should have go away," and da da da. I'm like, yeah, just like motherfucking goddamn ink and paint, and
Yeah.
motherfuckers do not respond to that shit, bro. Nobody responds to that shit, bro.
So, hey, Chris, let me do one better.
Go
If you can
ahead.
share my screen, so I
I will.
want
Go
because I
ahead. Go ahead.
okay, yeah, share my screen real quick. So I'm gonna play this little clip because I wanted, because the way I was trying to explain the clock, I'm gonna let this explain it a lot more clearer for me. They break it down real good for me. That's where they can all hear it and things like that. So make sure you put the audio so they can hear it. But yeah, the brother break it down a little better. I was trying to memorize it, you know what I'm saying? But this shit will break down the flat earth, the constellations, well, the oldest clock. It's gonna break down that oldest clock and the functionality of it. You feel me? So hold on. I got you. This shit is deep, man. This shit get real deep. I got it. All right. It should be good to go now.
One you've been desperate to ask about since uncovering the only map we have. Where is the ice wall that you flat earthers constantly bang on about? Let's start with Hyperborea. And here's where many flat earthers may experience cognitive dissonance. Although Sturdios has plotted Hyperborea here, there is no proof that this is the true Hyperborea. There are a lot of different land masses in this region, and we cannot be sure. It pains me to say that Hyperborea may not exist in the way we have come to believe. Mercator's Hyperborea is likely the work of the Masons to throw us off the real path. And this is what our purpose is all about, isn't it? Digging for the truth is difficult business, and as we dig deeper, we come to realize that artifacts we found before may not be as useful or important as we first thought. We all get it wrong, but stay with me, no need to despair just yet. It is very interesting that the Aberno Monte map was added to the Stanford University map collection and made available to the public in 2017. The same year, the flat earth was gaining huge traction and people were starting to wake up. It's also interesting that it has been arranged as a planisphere. The huge individual sheets of this map were originally arranged as an atlas projection, but David Ramsey purchased the map in 2016, and the team got to work scanning each sheet individually and processing them digitally to wrap around a sphere. Perhaps the release of Monte's marvelous map was an attempt to keep flat earthers thinking Hyperborea was located at the North Pole, and to perhaps bring back any that was sitting on the fence and hadn't truly woken up yet. A very subtle act of manipulation. But why would they want the flat earth community to keep fixed on Hyperborea? I have some thoughts regarding Hyperborea, but first we must turn to the clocks. Those of the old world knew. They knew exactly the type of earth they lived upon, and it's displayed for everyone to see right here in the astronomical clocks. The zodiac dial here, or what is officially known as the ecliptic dial, on the Prague astronomical clock, allegedly constructed in the 15th century, does not divide its 30-degree constellation arcs equally. It is also off-center from the map behind and appears distorted. And so many clocks of the old world present very similar ecliptic dials. But let's look a little closer at this magnificent Prague clock. As you can see, the zodiac dial contains a border that presents a series of vertical lines. These lines represent a chunk of 5 days, and each zodiac section represents a month. Those of the old world use this dial to track the seasons, the phases of the moon, and to present the date. But in a realm of perfect circles, why are 6 of the 30-degree arcs here represented within a smaller space than the other 6? They all contain 5 subsections, so why are they different? As you can see here, the Prague astronomical clock presents the land of Earth in the middle. Why does the ecliptic dial need to be bigger and off-center with the representation of Earth? The official liars of our realm, the satanic controllers, have an answer, of course. They tell us it is because the ecliptic dial is a stereographic projection. Stereographic projection is a mapping function that projects a sphere onto a plane. All maps are stereographic projections. We have no accurate maps. Wikipedia tells us that the ecliptic plane is projected onto the face of the clock, and because of the Earth's tilted angle of rotation relative to its orbital plane, it is displaced from the center and appears to be distorted. The projection point for the stereographic projection is the North Pole. In their fabricated heliocentric model, the Earth has an axial tilt of 23.4 degrees. The controllers needed to invent the axial tilt to justify the entire spherical lie, to justify the seasons, the vastly differing climates, and to justify the absolute fixed position of Polaris over the true geographic north. The reason Polaris does not appear to move, they say, is because Polaris lies nearly in direct line with the Earth's rotational axis above the North Pole, the North Celestial Pole. Polaris stands almost motionless in the sky, and all the stars of the northern sky appear to rotate around it. Remember, everything in their model is moving at incomprehensible speeds. But we can see with our own eyes that Polaris remains fixed. If they did not invent the axial tilt, or what is known as the obliquity of the ecliptic, then they would have no way to justify this in their fairyland model of orbiting planets. Polaris does not move, it remains fixed. If you are in Iceland or America, you can film a star trail of Polaris, and it remains fixed. But it is not fixed directly overhead in these locations. The only place, we are told, to observe Polaris directly overhead at a 90-degree angle is the true geographic North Pole. You know, that place where no one ventures. And that's why they invented the tilt. They tell us that Earth's true geographic North Pole is tilting directly at Polaris. And as the Earth spins on its little axis, Polaris appears to remain fixed. They tell us that the star's steadfast nature is an optical illusion. But their lies fall apart swiftly when you consider that the entire constellation system of the stars above remain constant. We always see the same stars and constellations. If Earth was spinning on its axis while orbiting the sun, and the sun was zooming through our galaxy, which is also moving in a bigger universe, would the precession of the equinox really be that predictable? Would the constellations of the tropic circles of latitude really appear with such consistency in union year after year at the solstice, or would it appear a bit more random? They are liars, and we all know that water does not lie. Resting water does not curve or convex. For you see, the satanic controllers are masterminds of reverse engineering. The celestial zodiac ecliptic dial is not a stereographic projection. The entire heliocentric model is reverse engineered science, and they had to start at Polaris and trace their steps back to ensure they justified its fixed, immovable position and made sure it was compatible with their globe. The Prague astronomical clock has been altered drastically over the last 200 years. It suffered fires, been restored and altered. And you can see that here in the way the projection of the Earth behind the clock has changed over time from a flat map to a bulging, unsightly sphere. But look, when you align the ecliptic dial with the map of our greater realm, then this all starts to make sense. The zodiac constellations appear distorted, despite all having 5 equal subsections, because our location is limited within a portion of the greater realm, and this governs our observational perspective of the stars. The shape of this dial has nothing to do with an axial tilt. It is designed this way to reflect our known world within this magnetic field pocket. The realm is much larger, and therefore the firmament and circumference of the fixed stars in the water beyond is much larger than the circumference of our own magnetic field. Polaris is here, above the center, and this is so important. They tell us that our magnetic North Pole is separate from what they call true geographic north. Our magnetic North Pole is moving. How can that be? Is that just another one of their lies? No, it is not. It is a half-truth. They tell us over the course of a century, the magnetic North Pole has moved from its location just above Canada to near Greenland and is now en route to Siberia. It is moving fast. Why? The symbol of the swastika and the black sun offer some clues as to why. For years now, flat earthers have come to see the magnetic North Pole and geographic North Pole as synonymous, but they are not. As you know, the swastika symbolizes the vortex, but the black sun takes its symbolic message further. The central core circle here represents the iron core, the black sun, or what the fictional Mercator called the Rupes Nigra. But look closer. There is another ring outside of the central core. Remember, the black sun is the energetic core inside of the vortex. And remember also that in the heliocentric model, they acknowledge that the Earth's core is a solid iron sphere. But there also exists an outer core of molten iron liquid. They also tell us that this liquid outer core is responsible for producing our moving magnetic field and poles. This is why the pole is moving, because the magnetic field is not emanating from the solid core, but from a volatile outer core. This is what the second circle here represents. And like everything heliocentric related, all you need to do is apply common sense and flatten the curve, and things start to make sense. There is not a spherical outer core, but some kind of electromagnetic coil, perhaps even made of molten iron, surrounding the central solid core. At the core, we have a vortex opening, but the actual volatile energetic source is beneath. The central core is akin to a central clock dial. It's solid and remains fixed, and everything else moves around it. But it is also the keystone responsible for this entire movement. Everything surrounding our world moves. The stars above move, the sun and the moon, and the electromagnetic outer core under us, and all the while the land itself and central solid core remain stationary. And not only does this outer core move and take our magnetic North Pole with it, but it is highly likely that it moves in accordance with the precession of the equinox, in time with the stars above as they move from their fixed positions, which means that it probably moves 30 degrees of the realm's circumference every 2,160 years. The North Magnetic Pole is slowly moving, and it is as natural as the sun and moon's concentric journey above us. And this is why the symbol of the black sun is a 12-spoked wheel. Each spoke represents a fixed constellation of the zodiac. Each section is an individual age. And the result is a situation like this. Every 2,160 years, our North Magnetic Pole circles the inner solid core and vortex by 30 degrees.
See, that's what I was saying. See how he moving our around.
Yeah.
Every age we move, and then the sun and moon moves with us. So by the time we get to this area here, basically, because the sun is now rotating this area, what happens to all that ice right here? That's why we can't see a lot of these lands, because again, it's frozen, it's under ice. But I digress. I'm gonna let them wrap it up.
Degrees. This is why the pole has moved from Canada and is en route to Siberia. It is traversing the outer central circle, or what is more appropriately termed the magnetic circle. We live inside of a perfect clock, inside of God's clock. The sun and moon circle our magnetic North Pole, which is situated roughly at the center of our known world's landmass. But this magnetic North Pole circles the inner vortex and completes a full revolution every 25,920 years.
Oh my God.
It was a great year. Each great year consists of 12 precessional or astronomical ages of 2,160 years each. We are on the cusp of entering the age of Aquarius, and this is why our magnetic North Pole is en route to Siberia. As the North Magnetic Pole circumvents the central magnetic circle, the toroidal magnetic field moves with it. The sun and moon are bound in their revolution by our magnetic North Pole, and because of this, they move within our magnetic toroidal field only. This is why the magnetic North Pole will always be the center of our known world. As I said before, the first image of the landmass presented in the moon's face is likely akin to an X-ray image and has not captured any water mass. And because of this, it has only recorded the areas of our realm with high density, such as the land. In the same way, an X-ray image will capture the parts of our bodies with the highest density, like the bone, but not the blood in our veins. In a sense, it is appropriate to view the landmass captured here as skeletal, and because of this, it has not captured the water or ocean surrounding our land, nor does it display a differentiation between the frozen landmass and that which is not frozen. If the sun's concentric journey above us is bound by the North Magnetic Pole here and its magnetic toroidal field, and this entire magnetic field is moving with the pole, then it is likely we have a situation of a changing climate as this process unfolds. All areas outside of our magnetic field will inevitably be frozen and dark due to the lack of sunlight. And this is consistent with what some of the scriptures have told us. I saw the great river.
But yeah, so hopefully, I think that's it. Well, hold on. No.
And I came to the great river, and to the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter. This is your ice wall, and it's not a constant, fixed wall. It is continually melting and refreezing with the revolution of the pole over the course of a great year and each astronomical age. Do you now understand why they are terrified of the ice melting, of our Earth supposedly heating up, and why this demonic joke of a man wants to dim the sun? They are using natural climate change due to the rotation of the magnetic pole to justify a whole host of useless measures and money laundering. They are terrified because they are on the verge of losing all control of the narrative. We must save the precious Antarctica from melting, the last unspoiled place on Earth. But as you can see, there is no landmass for us to call Antarctica. It is a complete lie. When they refer to Antarctica, there is only the Antarctic Circle, and a lot of the footage at the so-called Antarctica could have been taken at any location around this circle. As you can also see, the land masses of South America, New Zealand, and Australia all fall within close proximity to the outer edge of the greater world map, and would
That could be why they always over there in Africa too.
therefore be within close proximity to the foundations of the firmament itself. This is most likely the reason there is heavy military presence in these regions. The changing climate, the melting of the Antarctic Circle, is as natural as day and night. It is a macro process of the larger clock we live within. We have already discussed how the constellations that the sun is in during the equinox and solstice form a cross on the zodiac wheel when signaling the age and tropic designation. We'll look closer at the Prague clock again. The central dial of the clock is placed within the center of our magnetic field, and the sun and moon move within this field. Our magnetic field is off center from the overall greater realm. It isn't an even cross, but a true cross, or what is now referred to as a Latin cross or crucifix. We live within the crossbeam of the cross. And in case you hadn't noticed, our magnetic field pocket within the greater realm also forms a crescent moon. Not the type of crescent moon associated with the alchemical mercury and silver, but this kind of crescent moon. The same symbol that the controllers appropriated and redesignated to represent nobility.
Damn.
The cross and crescent are natural expressions inherent in the workings of the timepiece we live within. They are natural expressions of God's clock. And we got it wrong. Polaris is not situated 90 degrees above our north magnetic pole, in the region we call the Arctic, home to Greenland and Iceland. Polaris rests above the vortex at the center of the greater realm. And this is where the distinction between geographic cardinal directions and magnetic...
Okay, that might be it. It's another one where he shows how they found the Antarctica. I mean, not Antarctica. There's another part where he talk about how they discovered. Damn, I was just talking about it earlier. The damn sunken city and shit like that. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to let the brother break down the actual clock. You know what I'm saying, that we was talking about, and how we're moving. And you can clearly see he showed you can pull this stuff up too. He showed all the articles of how they're saying that it's actually moving, but they're giving us this scientism though, explanation of why is it moving, why everything is shifting and moving, but we're actually entering a new age, and they really are trying to keep that ice from melting. So in reality, when we talk about the ice wall, especially in flat Earth, it's been assumed that we all got it wrong. It's not a stationary ring around us because it melts and refreezes as it shifts. And we're seeing that it's like literally we can see that it's melting right now in real time. You know, record numbers, like melting. And as Antarctica started to melt in front of us, the Antarctica that's behind us it's gonna start freezing. You know, so everything outside of our realm pretty much is frozen, man. That's why we have again miles and miles of ice. No matter how far you travel, no matter how, you know, even if you fly above it, it's gonna be all frozen, man. It's gonna be all frozen. But damn, I wish I could find, because it's really short, how they found the Atlantis. That's what I was trying to look for. And he broke down how. Did you see this before, Chris? Did I show this on the panel one time? I'm not sure.
No, I didn't see it before.
Oh, check this part out then.
Oh, how they lie.
This gonna fuck you up right here. Bruh. This nigga was able to literally take the moon, the image of the moon, and merge it with the earth, and it's a complete fit, bro.
Yeah.
Of our map. All this right here is our pond. So, and it all the United States, Russia, China, you name it, it all fit. It all fit. So that's why when it was like, wait a minute, if all this fits here, I'm like perfectly fit. What the fuck is all this to the left then? But I watch this. This shit is crazy. Bro, the nigga even named all the places. He calculated all the flights, and everything is a perfect match. So, bro, I never looked at the moon the same again ever since I seen this. Like every night that I do, well, not every night, but every time I see the moon, bro, I'm like, yo, I'm looking at the landmass on Earth, bro. It's right there in the moon. And that's the crazy thing, because we have the truth in the truth movement. We always have a saying is that they put the truth in your face, or the truth is in your face. Every night we've been looking at the truth, bro, when we seen the moon in the sky. But watch this shit. Shit deep, man.
It cannot be. All this time, hiding in plain sight. A distorted, unreliable yet steadfast reflection, a quasi-photographic image of both our known world and what is this? This is the unknown world. Thank you, Sturgios, for all your work. Sturgios has mapped out each continent to the minutest detail. His work is meticulous. He has mapped time zones, seasons, flight paths, and distances. The first true flat Earth map. And it is of utmost importance, primarily due to the unknown landmass over here that Sturgios has named Terra Vista, after the Urbano Monte landmass of the same name. Why have we never heard of this land before? If the area here is our known world, then the realm is absolutely enormous. But wait a minute. Sturgios' presentation of our known world here maps the 5 prominent circles of latitude. We see the Arctic Circle, the tropics, the equator, and the Antarctic Circle. And Sturgios has mapped the sun's concentric journey around these circles of latitude, mapping seasons and time zones with the utmost precision and accuracy. So what's going on? The sun and moon cannot journey the entirety of the land masses presented here because it would take too long. Does this landmass not have its own sun? Or perhaps the moon is not a map of the greater realm after all. But not so fast. We need to spend some time breaking down Sturgios' discovery here. How the image on the face of the moon was and is formed, when it was formed, and why are all questions that no one can answer. Nobody knows apart from the deceivers in higher places. But there are a lot of things hidden in plain sight that bring us a little closer to having a better understanding of this mysterious phenomenon. First of all is the nature of this image. It is a composite image. You are witnessing multiple images simultaneously when looking at the face of the moon. And these images are akin to a type of X-ray photography. There is also evidently a lot of distortion and optical illusion present in these images. No one can offer an explanation as to how this composite image has formed, nor has anyone ever provided a satisfactory answer as to what exactly the moon is. And rightly so, for if they could, we would not be in this mess in the first place. While most alternative views of the moon's true nature are rooted in nonsensical theories, such as those dreamt up by many deceivers and boys who never grew up, and who like the idea that aliens created the moon and there exist underground bases deep within its craters. There is one man, however, who spoke of the moon in the years leading up to the space race in the 60s, and who offered a very sensible insight. In 1965, Professor R. Foster challenged the corrupt scientific complex by stating that landing on the moon was an impossibility. It is an impossibility, according to Foster, because the moon is plasma and not solid. Here is what he said in an interview.
What is your theory? Well, it is by now rather more than a theory. 10 or 11 years ago, I stated to various scientists that the moon is not a piece of rock, but it is a plasma phenomena, cosmic plasma. and that this fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which were already confirmed in 1958, and the situation now is coming close to a complete confirmation. Scientific views expressed all over the world now that the moon seems to be of a quite different nature from what was assumed.
But the Americans and Russians are thinking of landing men on it.
Well, that will never happen. Not on the moon. On Mars, on Venus, on other planets, yes, but the moon is definitely, as I said, the plasma.
Like most that speak out, Foster was most likely controlled opposition. Notice that he says it is possible to land on other planets, but not the moon. It is likely that it was his task to introduce a half-truth, that the moon is a plasma phenomenon, only for his claims to be, quote, debunked and proved wrong, unquote, a few years later, after they staged the moon landings. Since Foster's claim, however, our own access to technology in recent years has allowed us to investigate the moon in more detail. And through this, we see over and over again varying instances of the moon behaving in a way that debunks a lie that it is a ball of rock. We see with our own eyes a semi-transparent moon, either at night or while there is still daylight. We see the sky through the moon. Sometimes it is even possible to see stars directly through the moon. Many have repeatedly demonstrated that moonlight is colder than the shade at night, and therefore it cannot be reflected sunlight as it possesses no residual warmth. We also know that spherical objects do not reflect light. By the laws of reflection, the light concentrates into a highlight point and does not reflect. You can also see frequent crescent moons when both the moon and the sun are within close proximity of each other, meaning that it is impossible for the sun to be casting the Earth's shadow onto the moon. So if the moon is a plasma phenomenon, then how could this be formed in the first place? It is in the appropriation and demonization of the symbol of the swastika that we find some very interesting insights. The existence of a vast amount of historical literature and symbolism suggestive of a vortex opening in the center of our world is too prevalent to be coincidental. We have looked at much of this before, but strangely enough, in the years preceding and during the complete demonization and eradication of the swastika's association with the vortex, we find some additional information regarding this central vortex that is astonishing. In addition to the appropriation of the swastika as their emblem, the Nazis were also obsessed with a very similar symbol, that of the Black Sun. Prior to the rise of the Nazi regime, there existed an occult secret society within Germany called the Soul Society, sometimes alternatively pronounced Thule, that had sub-factions within it. One of these sub-societies, we are told, was the Black Sun Society. Influenced by the Rosicrucians and other Hermetic groups, the Thule Society placed special emphasis on the superiority of an alleged Aryan race with innate mystical powers. The Thule Society derived its name from a mythical northern country in Greek legend. Thule was supposedly a land located furthest north. Others have called it Hyperborea. The Thule Society believed, we are told, that an elder race, the Aryans, colonized our Earth, and they were located within the center of our hollow Earth. Admiral Byrd, the military Antarctic explorer, also made reference to a hollow Earth with an entrance at the North Pole. The Thule Society also believed that the Black Sun was a big ball of primer materia that existed in the center of the Earth and emanated radiation in the form of real energy. This energy has many names. Some have called it Chi, astral light, odic forces, or orgone. In 1933, the main architect of the event known as the Holocaust, Heinrich Himmler, acquired Wavelsberg Castle, a wonderful piece of old world infrastructure and technology. He supposedly remodeled the castle, and in doing so imprinted the symbol of the Black Sun into the marble floor of what came to be known as the General's Hall. Much of what has surfaced regarding the German secret societies before and during the Nazi regime is deliberate misinformation, carefully controlled with the sole intention of distraction and demonization. The misinformation regarding these societies has served to further fuel the UFO and alien agenda, which many, such as Jordan Safer, David Wilcock, and Corey Good, have since latched onto and promoted. They are part of a controlled opposition agenda. They are liars. The sole intention of disclosing information regarding German secret societies was to yoke together a ridiculous concept of a superior alien Aryan race existing within our world's northern core, or opening at the center, with maniacal dictatorship that resulted in gruesome genocide. Or in other words, to make them seem crazier than they already were. The controllers of our realm had to appropriate the swastika and eradicate its symbolic association with the Earth's central electromagnetic and physical vortex. And while I do not think there exists a black sun underneath us, if the notion of this seems absurd and far-fetched, just remember that the majority of the world's population have already accepted that there is some kind of dark sphere beneath them, acting as a source of our world's electromagnetic energy. Heliocentrism has convinced so many that inside their little blue ball hoax, there exists a spherical core of solid iron at a temperature of over 5,000 degrees. Their own black sun. Interestingly, they never represent this iron core with the metal's usual black or dark grey color associations in their illustrations, despite telling us it is a crystalline sphere of solid iron. Surrounding the iron's solid core is an outer layer of molten iron, and it is because of this hot liquid iron, we are told, that the Earth has a magnetic toroidal field. And millions have accepted this, and these silly diagrams that resemble Satsumas, despite the hard fact that the furthest depth a human has ever drilled into the Earth is a mere 8 miles. The heliocentric model has to acknowledge an inner core energy source because it is in fact a reality, and our world cannot exist without it. It is likely that the notion of a black sun beneath us is more distraction, although it is not as absurd as the heliocentric Satsuma model. We will return to this later. What is important now, however, is that not only have we another instance of the concept of a black core at the center of our realm, and another reference to a central vortex and opening, but we also have reference to energy, or what the Thule Society called vril, radiating out of this opening. And if this is truly the case, then we have a theoretical model in which both the formation of the sun and moon makes complete sense. What I am going to try and convey now is complex, and I will do my best, but I need you first of all to forget every model of our Earth you have become familiar with. Things may not make sense at first, but by the end it will. Let's start with the realm and the firmament, and then a central opening. And now let's incorporate our known world, as outlined on the moon by Sturgios. And finally, let's add the source or electromagnetic coil beneath. Whether a magnetic rock or an electromagnetic coil, the source of our world's magnetic field is located at the center and beneath, and any source of intense electromagnetism would produce strong radiation. No one can say indefinitely, but it is highly likely that the concentrated plasma that we call the moon is a result of a unique form of radiation, similar to X-rays, that emanate from this source via an opening or vortex. X-rays, or very strong radiation beams, would, by the laws of physics, emanate from this central vortex in diverging straight lines. Like X-rays, they would also be invisible. The divergent beams would continue up until coming into contact with the firmament itself. X-ray beams differ from light beams and do not tend to reflect. X-rays are like a super powerful form of light, and because their wavelengths are shorter than ordinary light's wavelengths, it means their frequency is much higher. Because of this, X-rays can travel through objects that ordinary light cannot, and it means that X-rays are not reflected easily. There are not many materials that reflect, scatter, refract, or redirect X-rays. And while I'm not strictly saying that X-rays are the cause, any form of strong radiation beams would behave similarly. There do exist some materials that can reflect high energy rays, and it was a man named Lawrence Bragg in 1913 that discovered that crystalline structures reflect X-rays. That's right, crystalline structures, a crystalline firmament. Bragg reflection is used, for example, to focus monochromatic light, and there is a device called a monochromator that uses curved crystal mirrors to reflect X-rays to focus monochromatic light. Standard monochromators use a prism to break down the light. This is a very familiar image, and Wikipedia displays it for everyone to see. It is now associated with an infamous music album. What is the title of that album? They are telling us. This means we're right on track. Radiation beams reflected off of the crystal firmament would likely be redirected down, off-center, and into the ionosphere above our heads. The same ionosphere in which the ethereal electromagnetic energy was harvested from. It is here that the beams will converge and concentrate and generate the plasma phenomenon we call the moon. The idea of electromagnetic rays reflecting from the firmament and converging in the ionosphere may seem preposterous, but there are many homemade experiments you can conduct yourself to prove the power of concentrating light rays. As seen here, the rays of the sun reflected in the concave mirror are able to produce intense heat and start a fire. The reflected light rays focus into a point to generate energy. And remember, radiation beams, akin to X-rays, are much more powerful than light rays. If the moon is a point of focused, condensed plasma, then it has to occur within one of the layers in the ionosphere above us. All the various inert noble gases in our ionosphere appear at differing layers and altitudes. We looked at how these are charged by the sun's electromagnetism to form the plasma sky. At a certain altitude in the ionosphere, there are two layers of neon and helium gas. It is likely that the sun forms in a similar fashion within these layers. After all, helium is linguistically very similar to Helios. It is likely, however, that the moon is formed at the level of altitude in which the gas krypton is present. Krypton is known for its phosphorescent white light. It is also used to create non-thermal.
Wait, ain't that said that's where he's Superman from? Krypton? Man, you a Kryptonian? Or some shit like that? Can't remember.
Or cold plasma, as demonstrated by contemporary scientists developing this field today. The primary reason that the moon's light is cold and not hot like the sun's is not known, but it is likely due to a polarity produced by their interaction with our electromagnetic field in the ionosphere, the moon being the dielectric negative polarity to the sun's positive charge. The craters seen on the moon are likely from the generation of this plasma. Perhaps it is some kind of plasma emulsion that displays a kind of outgassing or bubbling, much like we see with urethane paint defects.
Yeah.
Recently, bizarre theories have emerged that we live within one of these craters on the moon. This is not correct. The moon is some kind of phosphorescent, concentrated plasma and not a solid object. You can see the formation of this plasma and its craters right here. It is not solid, it is a light. And this is great because we have a very realistic and working model as to how the moon is formed. What we don't have, however, is an explanation as to how the composite image on its face is formed. As I said before, the image we are seeing on the moon is akin to a composite X-ray photograph of our greater realm. And it is not an active reflection, but rather a historical moment captured in time. And of course, no one knows how it is formed other than those in higher places. The moon is a paradoxical phenomenon, at once a volatile luminary of plasma that waxes and wanes in its luminosity, and also a steadfast image captured at some point in time that does not seem to change. We only ever see this image on the moon, and it never changes. This strange and mysterious image that has puzzled and inspired millions could be a result of a natural, organic phenomenon, or perhaps even artificial. Again, only the controllers know. The word photo originates from the Greek photos. It means light. Hence we have words such as photosynthesis, which means the synthesis of light, in which plants harvest light energy and convert it into chemical energy. A photon is the quantum of the electromagnetic field, including electromagnetic radiation, such as light. A huge misconception is the notion that photographic imaging is not a natural, organic phenomenon. This is not correct. The word photograph means light drawing. The concept of natural light-sensitive material is well understood. Our bodies begin to darken when exposed to too much sunlight. Depending on the exposure to the UV, our bodies can develop tan lines. The light literally draws on us. certain textures and textiles can fade or come to the surface when exposed to light, and there exists natural camera obscurers. A natural camera obscurer occurs when a darkened space with a hole permits light rays to enter from outside the space, resulting in a projected image of the space outside inside the darkened area. We can even see also spoke of another lost continent called
There we
Mu.
go.
They are one and the same thing. Old
There we
maps
go.
of Mu plot the land exactly where it is on the moon. And in 2007, Masaki Kimura discovered huge structures, including pyramids, castles, and roads on the ocean floor, some way from Japan, a location very similar to where Lemuria is plotted here on the moon. The continent sunk years and years ago, and this is very useful because it means that this image is not an active reflection, but a moment captured in time before the continent sunk. The second image we are simultaneously witnessing in our moon.
That's it. That's what I was looking for right there. When they found it. Okay, I'm gonna go back a little more.
And this is exactly what Sturgios has done, mapping the known world captured in the moon down to its Great Lakes and deserts. The striking similarities between our known world landmass and that captured on the moon are far too exact for it to be any kind of coincidence. It has been right in front of our faces every single day, literally. It is likely that no one has connected the dots here before because of this particular unknown landmass, which Sturgios has appropriately named Lemuria. And this landmass is very important because we know that it does not exist anymore. Theories of Lemuria's existence as a lost continent have been around since the 19th century, with most plotting its location somewhere around the Indian Ocean. Those in the 19th century also spoke of another lost continent called Mu. They are one and the same thing. Old maps of Mu plot the land exactly where it is on the moon. And in 2007,
yeah, like Chris was right. Yeah, it's right between Australia. You got China right there and America. It's right there. It's big too.
Masaki Kimura discovered huge structures, including pyramids, castles, and roads on the ocean floor, some way from Japan, a location very similar to where Lemuria is plotted here on the moon. The continent sunk years and years ago, and this is very useful because it means that this image is not an active reflection, but a moment captured in time before the continent sunk. The second image we are simultaneously witnessing in our moon is that of the firmament itself. Yes, you heard me right. The moon is the only known official image of our firmament. The face of the moon is a composite image, and we have to separate the images to fully understand what we are seeing. We have the landmass of the greater realm, and this is one image from one angle. And then we have another image from a different angle. I can only illustrate this by showing you. This specific area of the moon is primarily what gives the phenomenon its spherical 3D appearance. The heliocentric liars love this area of the moon, and they have used it as a weapon of deceit against us. It is not a crater with rays, like they tell us. Look closer. Really look. This is not the markings of a spherical object. It is the apex of the domed firmament from within the dome. Watch closely. This is a composite image on the moon, presenting both images simultaneously. And this is an interior of a hemisphere dome. And now, you see, if you align the central apex point of an interior hemisphere dome, then it becomes quite obvious. If you erase the remaining vector lines of the dome, then it becomes really obvious. And once you see it, it becomes very hard to unsee. It isn't a sphere. That is an optical illusion. It is the markings of a hemisphere dome. And not only is this the interior apex crown of the firmament, it is also a reflection of the center of our realm below. This area of the moon lends its spherical shape because of the so-called rays that emanate from it. But as you can see, it is an optical illusion. The rays are actually hemispherical ribs stemming from the dome's crown. This area in the middle of these ribs is not a crater. That is the vortex directly beneath the highest point of the dome. The controllers have named this area Tycho. It was given this name, we are told, by Jesuit astronomer Giovanni Riccioli in 1651. If it was not for Tycho, then the controllers of our realm would have a very hard time convincing millions that they lived on a giant spinning ball. And like with everything else, they have used Tycho to hide things in plain sight. For instance, another 17th century Masonic astronomer named Pierre Gassendi called it Umbilicus Lunaris, the navel of the moon, which is interesting as Norse mythology uses the same simile of the navel to describe Vergelmir, the whirlpool in the center of our realm. Arthur C. Clarke's Space Odyssey, one of the most famous science fiction novels of all time, features a crater on the moon named Tycho. In the novel, scientists find that there is a strong magnetic field emanating from the crater and discover that it is coming from a black cube monolith buried 15 meters within the crater. A black monolith, a rupes nigra, a magnetic black rock. If you separate the two images, then you can see clearly how they are in fact two images of two different angles that somehow have ended up superimposed on each other. We do not see any oceans or water mass captured in the first image, which suggests there is some kind of X-ray radiation at play. We don't see the vortex at the center in the first image for this reason. And again, no one knows how these images were formed. But if some kind of radiation beams were responsible, then the first image, the land masses of our greater realm, were most likely captured as the rays hit the firmament. And as those rays were reflected into our ionosphere and began forming the plasma mass we call the moon, it is likely that the second image was captured. And that is the image of the firmament, of the structure existing above us. And that's why we can see the outline of this structure, the stars beyond this structure, and the reflection of the vortex and other great deeps below. The moon is a masterpiece of distorted perspective, a plasma embodiment of as above, so below. And it's going to take a lot of work and careful consideration in smoothing out this distortion to try and get somewhere close enough to create a proper map of the world we live in. And because the moon is a disc-like mass of plasma, the first image of the land presents some curvilinear distortion. And you can see it.
Yeah, I can stop it though. But yeah, man, that was deep, man. That shit is deep. Damn, that shit say, that shit. Damn, dog, the damn land is on the moon, man. Wait, that could be symbolic for them saying landing on the moon. Land on the moon? Oh, damn it. Land on the moon. I think they meant there is a photo of your land on the moon. Oh, man, that's crazy, bro. And then they discovered Atlantis. Bro, they discovered Atlantis using that land piece that they seen on the moon. I think they was trying to debunk it to see that it wasn't true. And when the motherfuckers went underwater, that land was that city was underneath the water for real. I bet they was like, oh hell no, this shit is real. But yeah, man, what up, Greedy Vegan in the building, man? What's good with you?
Yeah, shout out to Greedy Vegan. What's going on, fam? Salute to the fam. What's going on, brother?
Brother always showing love, man. That's what's up. Yeah, man. This shit crazy, man. This shit crazy. You see how they use this swastika?
Yeah.
How they don't flip that and they made it into like it's a Hitler, evil, racist. I'm like, man. I said a lot of this shit is deep, boy. We got a lot of this rabbit hole is deep as hell. We got a lot of work to do, man. But even then, even as deep as this information, like I say, I still take literally everything with a grain of salt. You know what I'm saying? You know, just to be on the safe side. The only things I do follow up on is things like with the clock. Like anytime they show receipts, they, you know, I'll be like, okay, I can fuck with the receipts. But anything, just them talking and, you know, breaking things down, I take it as hypothetical. You know, that's what they believe and stuff like that. But it is kind of deep how the brother was able to map out the continents and all that on the moon. But and it fits perfectly. They had the timing, the seasons, air flights. I'm talking about everything is completely on point. And if that's the case, that means it really is another, there's more land out there. And I think that we all know that there really is more land out there. But I never seen it that way though, presented it that way, and then everything is under ice and all that. And we are moving in a new age, and these alleged scientists do seem to be panicking. I don't know what the fuck going on. That could be what they're not telling us. We think that they're gonna get on spaceships and shit when they really gonna be getting on boats and shit. Like these motherfuckers ain't flying into outer space because the world is gonna blow up. These niggas gonna get on boats and they're gonna travel to where we consider Antarctica, but that ice is gonna be melted and they're gonna start a new world. Or they might be trying to create these smart cities, and they probably gonna end up putting domes around it to try to protect them from all this shit and leave us out. Just leave us out here like fuck them. They ain't got the money, you ain't got the wealth, your ass gonna be shit out of luck, man. They don't care about the Pope. So TGE moon ain't the moon, but it's actually a reflection of what was in time. Yeah, that shit deep, man. Because whenever that I call it a screenshot, it's almost like the moon actually took a picture of the earth, all the land on the earth. And what we're looking at is a picture or a map, but it took it a long time ago when all the land was visible, apparently. Because if it has a picture or the location of Atlantis, you understand what I'm saying? Which we know is underwater now. That means when it took that screenshot or that picture, it was during the time Atlantis was above the water. So what we're looking at is a very old photograph of our realm in the moon. That's what I think. But it's kind of strange these motherfuckers can look at the moon and discover land down here by using that as a map. So let's look at it from this perspective. We always talk about how they needed to be in a plane or a balloon. They needed a bird's eye view looking from up to downward. But if they could just look up at the moon, you don't need to have flying machines to map out the earth when you could just look up and see the earth, the whole map of it. It's like it's right there in our face every damn night, man. That's crazy. That is crazy. It's deep though, man. That changed my perspective of a lot of shit though. I ain't gonna lie. It really did. I don't look at the world the same. It's hard, dog. Like every time I see the moon, I'm like, look at this shit here. Look at the map, yo. The map is right there. Like, what the fuck? I've been seeing. We all been looking at it. So now we got to realize why they try so hard to lie about. Dude, this is the biggest misdirection in history, bro. They gave us landing on. Look where they took our mind, landing on the moon. How the moon function. The light reflect that. Man, they took our mind completely all the way left. So even if we came up with our own theories, our theories will still be founded on what we believed in. Trying to connect the dots based on what they told us to try to find the truth. So even within what we would consider the truth or what we believe to be the truth and debunking them, we still would have ended up being wrong. And it's crazy because I always thought that it was something weird about the earth and moon because I already used to. I was theorizing that the moon was a duplication of Earth, but I was wrong. I was slightly off because I thought that the moon was a old Earth. I say look because I always knew that it looked similar to our Earth, like our land masses, like the United States, the pouches on it. I always said that looked like United States, like this. I was like, man, we probably used to live on that motherfucker. And we left that motherfucker. So I was a little off, but I was right about the land masses though. I always felt like that the land masses looked just like how our land looked on Earth. And Buddy did his thing with that. He literally put that bit side on top of each other, and it fits. And it fits. You could pull up the moon right now and then pull up the Earth, put them side by side. You'll literally see it with your own eyes. It ain't no bullshit. Or take a picture of that bitch, but where you people won't be like, oh, you got that from Google. Nah, nigga, I took this picture. You understand what I'm saying? And did a side by side comparison, and it fits. It fits, but I still need to know if this is accurate. If our pun is accurate, that means it captured the whole realm, nigga. What's up with all this other land? Then? That other land has to be there. And if we keep and as we enter a new age, our sun is going to eventually start shining on this new land. The frost in that ice, man, this shit about to get real hectic, bro. That's why they passing all these laws and keeping us distracted with the racist killings, and they got us, man. They got our mind all over the place right now. Oh, they might be a stimulus check, they might not. Motherfuckers losing their jobs, businesses are going out. Business are going out of businesses, going out of business. I mean, they got us, bro. Mentally, they got us fucked. Like they got us like it's like your head just to start spinning like the exorcist. They got so much shit going on. Why would they use so much resources to keep us so distracted in so many different ways? Yeah, you feel me? While they're plotting their next plan, they got us not paying attention to them and what they're doing and the move they're making. They got us wrapped up in this bubble, man. Bullshit bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Shit crazy.
Man, it's crazy, man. I mean, that's why I be saying break those loops.
Oh yeah, most definitely. You have to. You have to, man. They gonna keep on running the same game on us.
Right. That's what's up. We about to hit that 5-hour mark. It's a good time to digress. You know what I'm saying? But before we head out, I'm gonna let the brothers give that last concluding words for the night. You know what I'm saying? It was a great bill, great information. You know what I'm saying? So I get a floor to y'all, family.
Man, I'm gonna say I appreciate you allowing me to come on the panel like always, dropping gems and information. And I'll just say, man, question everything. Like real talk. But yeah, man. I appreciate you, my brother. Y'all have a good one.
You too, brother. Salute.
Yo, y'all be easy. Much love. You going live for Tuesday?
Yeah, most definitely. I'm gonna do a little live for that. I wasn't prepared for today because, like I said, I was planning I was planning to have some other stuff going on, but it really didn't come across. So I will be going live for Tuesday. And it will be an earlier build. It won't be a late night build or anything. So just expect that.
Oh, I didn't say I gotta buy dreads. You just did. He did a god body on me.
Right, he did a whole cuzzo god body
Dropped
Batman.
the smoke bomb. I'm out.
Right.
OG probably knocked out.
Right.
Yeah.
I was just about to say I think OG is probably
OG
out right.
dreaming.
Nah, I ain't knocked out, man. I've been back here falling
He's
asleep.
still there.
Oh shit.
Yes, sir.
I was
My
tuned
big
in
bro.
with when Drez was talking about the shit with the moon and shit.
Yeah, I was just sitting there listening.
The Earth and the
It
moon.
still sounded like your ass was just about to yawn too. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I done turned over a couple times, bro.
You got your feet sticking out.
His toe angled to the sky.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. Yeah.
This is the time when I sleep anyway. I normally go to sleep about this time, wake up about 11, 12.
Damn.
But I was almost there.
This is the time I'm getting up.
Right.
But yeah, no, I need you closing down. Much love to everybody else. Y'all be safe. Catch y'all on that Tuesday.
Yeah, y'all brothers have a good day, man. Much love to everybody.
This nigga sound sleepy as hell.
Right.
1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep.
1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep head ass. Goddamn. I'm sorry. I'm Count Dracula coming for your head. Goddamn. Sesame Street lip ass. I don't want to hear that shit. Goddamn. You know what I'm saying? Nah, but like, man, it's crazy, man.
I'm glad you came on, man. That was an excellent build, man.
Yeah, it was pretty dope, man. I'm glad I came on. You know, it's a lot of shit just crazy and going on. I do want to say this. We are still bringing on the cash apps. I just want to let everybody know. My car was towed. So yeah, nigga had to really come out of pocket. So the nigga really already just gave the fucking goddamn state $1,000, and
Jesus Christ.
it's already the beginning of the month. So I'm real yeah, nigga going through it, but I don't lack on my word, and we still gonna proceed with the cash apps and stuff that's going on as well. You know what I'm saying? However, it's a lot of shit going on. I had a fucking car accident a fucking week and a half ago. Got this fucking tow shit. I got fucking my tags cost $560. You know what I'm saying? So it's and I got another parking ticket to fucking pay as well, according with this fucking tow shit. So it's adding up. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I would at least try to fight it, man. The way you showed the John.
I can't. I mean, I can fight it, but to be honest, my brother, this one actually it would be worth fighting the state more than fighting someone that actually called my car to get towed. You know what I'm saying? So it's like now I'm fighting my residents, and it's actually her word against mine. And according to the state that actually proceeded with towing my car, they actually made it seem like it was substantial. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna win that regardless. It's just one of those situations I really have to just chuck up. It is what it is. It's another case, of our people being pinned against our people. Because y'all see where I I sent pictures to the back chat, videos of the back chat of a car blocking a whole driveway. I have a video where I sent that a cop was actually looking at the car blocking the driveway and kept going. Not even just that, passed another car or a truck blocking a driveway and still haven't given a ticket. So, you know, I have to bite the bullet on this one. I know I have to bite the bullet on this one. Legally, I know I have to bite the bullet on this one. Even my mother even agreed when I told her I was just going to bite the bullet on this one. Because she understood and she knew why. She's prior law. So she already knew exactly what I told her was exactly right. It's going to be my word against her word if I fight it. And if the state came out and validated that I was blocking her driveway and moved my car, and they already had the price and everything, it's there. I can't fight this. Some battles you can fight, some battles you can't. This one is a battle that I can't fight, and I know I can't fight it. It's cool though. Don't worry. It don't change anything. Chris is still Chris. Chris got his car back. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to keep moving forward and progress. Right? We're not going to stay stagnant on this. I'm not going to stay. I've already got past this. So nobody else needs to be on this as much as I am because I'm suffering worse. But other than that, I've progressed and went past it. So don't even worry about it, bro. At this point, it's already cool. Understand what was going on, understand the laws and everything, and understand what I can fight and what's not my fight. So, you know, sometimes you could beat them, sometimes you can't. And just like y'all told me last week and the week before, you know, it's not about winning every fight. You can't win every fight, right? So this is one of those battles where, you know, not even that I'm just taking my brother's word, but, you know, I'm learning through experience as well. You know, so.
Yeah, I'm saying they only do that shit in the black community. They don't take it to white community like that. When they shit is blocking the driveway, it's only our neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm. I mean, well, the thing about it is, regardless, like even if I wasn't really fully blocking the driveway, and she could actually get out of her driveway, it was all on her word. She could say it was, you know, yeah, she could say it was 2 inches, it was 1 inch. She literally could have got out of her driveway and wouldn't even wanted to try to get out. You know.
Yeah, she gonna hit your shit.
Mm-hmm. And even to be honest, my car wasn't even that much in front of her driveway. It wasn't even 25% in the way of her driveway. I mean, since I have this car, wouldn't have y'all guys known me to even park illegally?
Never.
I would have came over here and be like, God damn, I got a fucking ticket. Some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm very expressive and I let y'all know what's going on with me as well. Like, so like it's not like I'm not really hot. Even in the back chat, I will let y'all know, like, yo, like, damn, this shit happened, da da da. You know what I'm saying? It's not one time I came here, I was like, yo, I park illegally and this shit happened and da da da. Like, I don't block people's fucking driveway. I'm very like I stay aware of people's shit. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't drunk that night. I didn't just, you know, obviously I parked. I don't have a fucking right mirror, and I parallel parked on the right fucking side. So if at least I did that, please, people, to tell you, I will not block someone's driveway, and knowing the people that live in the driveway. I even went to the following day. Hey, did I block out driveway too much to the point where you couldn't get out? And the guy was like, no, da da da. But it was guy. But however, the person I was getting out the driveway was the mother. You know, a little bit disabled, not mental disabled, but physically, you know, she she got a little walking, little limp thing, and you know, she's pinch your toe broke bow legged. She's like 5 foot, maybe 4'11". So I get it. I understand. However, what I'm not understanding is the fact that I was in an accident a week and a half ago, whatever the case may be. Y'all have my fucking communication. You have my number. You have my address, which I am parked in the building right in front of. And you can just call my phone and say, hey, can you remove your car before you get ticketed? But no, we have to understand that these occupations, as in police officer or these state troopers, that's supposedly be, you know, patrolling the neighborhoods, they're giving tickets, and it's not no patrol. You're not patrol. You're giving tickets because your job is upon of giving tickets. You don't get paid much of, even according to regular salary, if you don't give tickets. And that's for those security officers or enforcements and your police. Your police know that if they give you if they give out a certain amount of tickets, that they'll reach a certain quota, and for themselves, they reach yourself bonus. And this how police raise or get up in rank within their job.
Hey, do y'all got the parking authority over there?
Say what?
Do y'all have the parking authority?
Yeah. I mean, well, it's not called that, but it's a bit different. But yeah.
Got you.
Oh yeah. Best believe California got that. If the East Coast, trust me, if the East Coast got it, West Coast got it.
The meter, they call them meter readers.
The meter readers, exactly. Yes. Yes. Check this out, bro. That time where I went to Atlanta and I came back from Atlanta and I said, it's a shame that the East Coast got these blinking, turning signal lights and the West Coast don't have those. My nigga, bro, family, that following week, these motherfuckers had that blinking yellow light. They was already on it. So I'm like, hold on. Y'all just now get it after the East? Y'all niggas are slow as shit. That's why I keep telling people East Coast is going to get everything before the West Coast. Everything. Point blank. Point blank. We just got those blinking yellow lights, as y'all probably been had those blinking yellow lights. And I only saw those blinking yellow lights at that time when I went over to go see my mom. That's the only time I've seen those blinking turning lights. So I was wondering, why the fuck don't Cali got that shit? Y'all motherfuckers have us at these single ass motherfucking green lights and nobody can fucking goddamn turn. Oh no, hold on. They'll have people at a motherfucking goddamn red light, green light. Hold on. if where I'm going the same way and these motherfuckers got a green light and the motherfuckers is going the opposite way, is not coming. There's no traffic. Why the hell do I have to be stuck behind a fucking red light? Why am I not getting a blinking yellow light that's saying, okay, slow, precaution, but you can go? They just got that over here. I'm just letting y'all know. They just got that over here. These niggas are slow. Y'all, I don't know how long y'all had that. Y'all probably could have had that in January. Y'all probably could have had that in December or fucking November. These motherfuckers just got this shit last month. I'm just letting y'all know. But this is Hollywood. It's California. Fuck out of here. Anyway. Shout out to everybody that came through. Great build with the brothers. Great build with the fam. As always, great information. Please share the build if you haven't. Please subscribe if you haven't. Please like the build if you haven't. And hit that notification bell. Hit that notification bell so you will get all the notifications. Hopefully, you will get all the notifications. So when we go live and you'll be part of the build. That's if YouTube not acting like a Jew, and not, shadow banning and not giving out the notifications as they always been. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody could say something, about COVID and they'll chop somebody's channel, but we got these other stupid motherfuckers that having stupid nonsense build supporting this motherfucking goddamn COVID bullshit, and they allowing the bullshit. So we understand that they are suppressing some point of fucking goddamn freedom of speech. All right. So, hey, I understand freedom of speech. I know what freedom of speech is. Freedom of speech, goddamn, you talking to a goddamn cop and you can't say motherfucking shit. Because why? His authority is motherfucking authoritarian over what you're saying. However, you can have a motherfucking white person be getting pulled over and they can say what the fuck they want to, and the goddamn cop is goddamn being goddamn supplemental with them and humbling upon of what they're saying. Thank you, brother. Being humbled upon of what they're saying. So we have to understand what these motherfucking goddamn constitution and rules is going to cost, and who is subject according to it. So we know who can use it and we know who can't use it. Because if we was to shout and yell at a cop, we would either get shot, put in jail, or maybe die. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers do this shit. These motherfuckers might be let go. Nothing may happen. Or these motherfuckers might not be apprehended. Or if they get apprehended, they will get apprehended in a motherfucking most comfortable way. So we have to understand what we're going against, people. We have to understand what's going on, and we have to pay attention, because a lot of people's not even really touching on that. Everybody's touching on a lot of shit, but not really. A lot of people's not really touching on that shit. So, you know what I'm saying? We'll come through and we'll touch up on the real shit. Shout out to bro Gritty Vegan. I viewed the video you did earlier with the beat. That was a pretty dope beat. I see your melodies and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do a build, while I'm doing the beat. You know what I'm saying? I think it kind of inspired me to go back on my shit that I used to motherfucking do. You know what I'm saying? Because I used to go on and just start doing beats or do a build and just do beats and whatever the case may be. So shout out to you, bro. You inspired me a little bit on that build. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, like I said, great build. Thank y'all for coming through, family. Thanks for coming through on the late night. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for your time. Thanks for your information. Thanks for your dedication, your love, your spirit, your energy, and everything else. I appreciate you. I love y'all. And I hope everybody have a great
you too, my brother. I'm up now.
I hope everybody have a great morning. You know what I'm saying? Great day, depending on where you at. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, y'all know how we do this. Love yourself. Love everyone else. Take care of yourself. Take care of everyone else. Protect your energy. Protect everyone's energy. Please drink your water. Eat your fruits and your vegetables, just like Big Bro, me, greedy vegan. Um, Raphael, me familiar, always say, yo, eat your vitamins, your vegetables, your fruits. Please, people. It's very healthy. You know what I'm saying? Keep your natural contents and your pantries. You know what I'm saying? So when something happens, you don't have to go to someone else to handle your pain, handle what's going on. You could do everything from yourself. You could doctor yourself with the earth. You can always doctor yourself with the earth, not even just just with the foods and the fruits and stuff that we talking about. This is why we say the fruits and the seasonings and all that stuff. So please, people, it's important. Water, drink water. Make sure you're getting your distilled water. If not distilled water, because obviously the earth obviously use condensation and stuff to create distilled water. So why wouldn't distilled water be good for you? I don't understand. But distilled water good for you. Your spring waters, you're getting your natural trace minerals as well. I do both. So, make sure you're staying on top of your water. You're getting the water that you need for the day. Other than that, fam, you already know. Last and foremost, break those motherfucking loops. You know what I'm saying? We ain't staying chained no more. We breaking all links. We breaking all loops. Rise above all occasions. That being said, this is the Smokers Lounge. I am your host, Chris Cyphers. And we are sponsored by Executive Sessions. Salute to the fam. Thanks for the pack.
Salute, my brother.
And he had a great, amazing pack called Goddamn Gorilla Glue number 10. And it was on 10. That's all I gotta say. That being said, this is Smokers Lounge. I'm your host, Chris Cyphers. We're gonna see y'all later on Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? Peace to the fam. Salute to y'all. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Love you too, my brother.
Love you guys.
Good night. Much love.
Good night. Good morning, motherfucker. Well, not a grand rising, nigga.
Grand motherfucking rising.
Shit. Man, I love you guys, man. Talk to you guys soon.
Love you too, good brothers. Peace.
Love you too, bro.
Well, of course, drop that beat on them.
I was about to say, I'll wait.